Is it live, Nathan? Hello, everyone. We've got hundreds. I can't believe how many people have turned up today. It's astonishing. We are live in Manchester to a packed out hall, a city of people, and it is an amazing event that we have got planned for you today with an incredible schedule of speakers. Oh my God, they've given up their time. Why? Because there's hundreds of people here who cannot wait to see them speak. And I'm delighted to have them. I'm going to run through that running order in just a second. But before we do that, I will introduce the event. This is called Your Voice 2022. I know we've got a lot of you watching online, on YouTube, on Facebook, on LinkedIn, within the webinar itself. I'm absolutely delighted to host this event with the Slack group, who are a big supporter of Teachers Talk Radio and everything that we do. We've got a whole host, a big lineup of speakers, starting with Glyn Potts, who's going to speak in just a moment. We've got 3 strands today. Strand 1 is about growing your career and hopefully becoming a better teacher, a better leader, I don't like that word, but developing more as a teacher and a leader. We've also got a strand on, we've called it Fixing Education, but obviously there'll be some that probably don't feel it needs fixing. There will be others who do feel it needs fixing, I'm sure many. But essentially that strand is about the future of education. So what education could become in the future and how it could change, how we could impact that change. And we've also got one about kind of rethinking pedagogy and the way in which we've called it Teaching Hacks, but I guess that sounds like something out of a magazine, but Teaching Hacks is about pedagogy, developing pedagogy, hopefully being, again, developing practice in the classroom. So they're the 3 strands that we've got for you today, and we can't wait to kind of go through them. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce to a hall of applause. There we go. Whoa! Let's get this party started. Is Glyn Potts, MBE, head teacher of Newman, Cardinal Newman, Roman Catholic College, who is here to speak to us today. And his title is It's Good to Talk. So without further ado, Glyn, thank you so much for coming and passing over to Mr. Glyn Potts.
Thank you. That's really kind of you, Tom. I don't think I can match the energy. I'm going to be honest with you. I think we need to set expectations now. This is the first time I've ever done a presentation in this format. So I realise that every good meeting needs an idiot. And I volunteer as tribute for that role. So if it goes horribly wrong, at least I'm not a Tory Chancellor and I've already won in some of those parts. So I want to talk to you this morning about talking, which is often misunderstood or even misaligned. But can you remember the last time you had a conversation with someone, a face-to-face conversation, where it felt really special, where the interaction between yourself and them was a connection that you fully believe has meant that each of you were heard in the story of your own lives? I ask that because during COVID, we developed a reliance on e-communication, Teams, Zoom, text messages. And at the start of the pandemic, didn't we all just say, isn't this so much easier? And then we suddenly realised that when it got to the difficult bits, or the bits that really mattered, or the parts of discussion where you couldn't just do it as a text message, that it became incredibly difficult and clunky. Conversation is something that we take for granted, and for those people who have the opportunity to engage in positive conversation, it can be a life-changing part of it. That's why we invest now in therapy. That's why we understand with mental health the need to talk about our feelings. But what does it actually mean to be part of that process? Well, when I was growing up, there was an advert, and this advert was for British Telecom, and it had Bob Hoskins on it, and it simply said, "It's good to talk." And the whole main reason for this advert was to try and engage not the general public, but the male general public to talk and use the phone. Society and the television had made this stereotype that telephones were there for the woman of the household or for women to use, and that actually men didn't talk. And this preconception, which has probably come forward even to now when we talk about men and feelings and mental health, was actually a falsehood that did nothing to help those people who needed to be able to engage in the art of conversation. But it was a really successful campaign. It ran for a number of years. It had at least 15 different adverts, and it meant that BT's share and BT's cost went up dramatically. A thing that, no doubt, they will say was a success because of their campaign. But did it actually mean that things went the way it should do? All of us will have had multiple quotes thrown at us, whether it be quotes from the gentleman on the screen, quotes on the side of our planners. I know teachers can buy planners now with all these different adjustments made to them that talk of the power of our role as educators. And I use the term educators because it's not limited to teachers. We know in our institutions, in our communities, there are staff right from receptionists through to learning support assistants through to caretakers who have that knack of communicating with that one child that we go, how do you do that? And when I eventually am famous enough to get a book written, I will call that the Crocodile Dundee moment. Because if you remember the film from the late 90s, there is a wildebeest, I think it is, on a road, and Crocodile Dundee approaches it and does this with his fingers and makes it a noise, and the beast sits down and moves out of the way, much to the surprise of everyone in his travelling party. Well, there are those individuals in our schools that can engage with children in that way. And I don't know about you, but that's hugely envious from me. I look at those staff members who say, don't worry, go across to 4-foot armoured fury in a flight of anger and manage to calm those young people down and wonder, what is it that they've done and what is it that I've not got? Whatever the process is, we know as educators that we have power. And that power can be abused. And we will all know of examples where, whether it be in the political scene or even in our interactions with other people, where power is abused. What we've got to consider is the use of that power, and more importantly, how that power can be part of a detailed conversation. When we look in our powerful and reflective state, we consider what it means to be a good converser. How many of us have left after having an argument with our brother, sister, mum, dad, partner, gone to work, done a full day at work, someone will ask, are you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. And gone home, and that anger or that miscommunication or that frustration will have diminished. And the moment we step home, it re-emerges like a flame. We feel we have to pick up that mantle of frustration again and go again at the idea that communication hasn't really manifested itself as we would wish. Whichever way round you would like to take it, conversation and the art of conversation is something we have to invest in. John Powell came up with this book well before Brené Brown had done all of her work, talking about the real me. And the idea of ego. Now, ego is not uncommon to us as teachers. It's not uncommon to the modern world. But we've never really considered that your ego can be placed as part of the shape in the conversation that you have. Powell argues that there are 5 levels of communication, and that actually, until we get to level 4 or 5, everything else is just noise. It's just trivia. The passage of information doesn't really occur until we get to the 4th strand of conversation. In his model, he has a pyramid. He talks of those 5 models and says the more you go from level 5, the base, and approach towards the top, the more vulnerable you have to be, the more invested you have to be, the more risk there is. So let's take again the example of that wizard member of staff who's able to access the 4-foot armoured fury young man who's kicking off at lunchtime. How are they able to do that? Well, they're able to do that through a number of ways, but one most common element of that is that they hear, they understand, they see the child where they are at. For us as adults, we do lots of communication every day. You will have this morning engaged in communication, but how much of that communication have you remembered? How much of it was critical? How much of it was just simply niff-naff? So if we look at what Powell suggests. He says that on the most basic level, most of our communication is ritual and cliche. We've all done ritual and cliche this morning, I imagine. We don't know we've done it, but we probably have done it. Whether you bought a coffee from someone and said good morning, you didn't look at their name badge, you didn't really engage, you might have said hello, but ritual and cliche, there's nothing really there. You approach them, there is interaction, there is noise, you depart. There is no product from that conversation. Some of you may have gone a little bit further to gossip and facts. Simply put, arriving in Manchester, Victoria, hello, can you point me towards Manchester Art Gallery? Yes, it's just down the street there, 100 metres. That conversation is hardly something you will recall on your deathbed. It is limited to facts, gossip and information, but it is still a critical part of the work that we do. Conversation can move to ideas and judgment. And both of those have fundamental risks and benefits to it. Ideas, expressing ourselves, is arguably what today's event is all about, sharing our understanding of the world. But by doing so, I risk quite considerable judgment. And those of you who are in the room, the thousands of you who are in the room, I ask for your clemency and patience, and that your judgment be soft, because I still have to return to school on Monday, and I don't want 1,500 young people pointing and laughing like they do most days. So if we are expressing the fact that at level 3 of communication, we have to show some degree of vulnerability by doing so, then arguably the interaction has a commodity, even if we don't understand it. But then we get to emotions and feelings, and this confuses people. They often say that emotions and feelings can be seen in all of the other layers, and it absolutely can. You may well have arrived this morning and gone to Costa Coffee, asked for a coffee, said good morning, and the other person just not respond, but nothing but a grunt. Well, there's emotion and feeling in that. There's feeling for you, there's emotion for you. You may well have engaged in a conversation that gave some gossip, some fact about what was going to happen in your life today, but have you remembered it? And is it filled with emotion? Arguably, if you were a chancellor yesterday, every conversation you had gossip, fact, and emotion entwined within it. But it wasn't until you reached emotion and feeling that the sensitive letter that the former Chancellor wrote to the Prime Minister showed that he'd heard the message and understood. And that's where we as educators strive to be. Because if we can push through that to reach peak communication, then we're actually talking, whether it be to children, to parents or staff, in a vulnerable but in a transactional way that means we're showing investment. So, in the most simple form, level 5, ritual and cliche. Hello, how are you? Oh, I'm good, thanks. Barely any passage of information, something we would all say we do, and as British people, isn't it polite to say good morning? But it isn't an investment, it's a ritual. You may have another ritual, you may work in a school that is famed for its sport, or have a staff room, and when you walk in the staff room, good morning everyone, and you go off and get your brew and you go. That level of communication is not an investment, that's just noise. That's the minimal we can do. But when we talk about emotion and feeling, even though there's a casual exchange of pleasantries, they are extended rituals. They can develop a little bit more. We are investing some more of ourselves into the people we speak with. And in our ideas and judgments, these surface conversations are an opportunity to problem solve, to share an issue, and plan, talk about hobby. But again, they don't necessarily lead to those formative changes we ask for. With gossip and fact as well, the level 4 requires openness and empathy. It is all change. So let's imagine a couple. They're going to be called Andrew and Jane, and hopefully if Nescafe Gold Blend want to re-invite the advert that they did in the early 90s again, maybe Andrew and Jane can form part of that discussion. Andrew and Jane work in the same school, but they work in different departments. They've been working there for a couple of years. Whenever they cross paths in the hallway, they're always very polite and say, hello. In the assembly hall, they might say, how are you doing? But they don't really engage in any conversation. Even though they've had this time together, there is zero passage of information. That could develop. It could become a little bit more nuanced. Jane and Andrew could have a decision to talk to each other,
and share a little bit of information that might go some way to explain why, for example, one is perhaps not feeling as well as the other. Hey Jane, hey, what's up? Nothing much, I've just got back from 11C4. You? Yeah, same here, year 10, another day, another dollar. These are phrases we hear. Now, if Andrew is a line manager, or Andrew is an experienced teacher, and Jane is perhaps an ECT, or a new teacher to the school, that's an opportunity for us to pause and reflect. Jane said, another day, another dollar. Do we dismiss that as cliche? Or do we want to make sure that Jane truly feels invested in, welcomed in the school, and that she has the same values and direction that we want for our institutions? But Andrew doesn't do that. Have a nice evening, and off they go. A missed opportunity to engage with a colleague to make sure that we're all supported, safe, and feel welcomed. Let's take that then to the next stage. Hey, how are you doing? Says Jane. I'm okay, I'm off to a departmental meeting. Fact. Information. You know, we've been saying hello to each other for months and I still don't know anything about you. What made you want to teach French? That's a vulnerability. That's a sharing. There's something there that means that Jane wants to engage with Andrew. Jane, the ECT, is trying to engage with the leader. I had a great teacher, says Andrew, and desperately wanted to visit France, but didn't till I was older. How about you? There's an opening. Both parties have shared something. Andrew, if he's going to be the leader we want him to be, has an opportunity now to invest in Jane and use the conversation to bring her forward in that. But Jane's answer isn't necessarily what we would want. The government offered poorly thought out cash incentives that supports my high-powered job elsewhere and has fueled my life until this point. That could be a response. I doubt it would be for many teachers, but in case the government are watching this, and with the thousands in here, it could well be possible. It might be a good time to say to them that that's not really helping with recruitment or retention. However, Jane has shared this. Jane has shared that she's interested in teaching because of the cash incentives. Andrew, again, has a chance to engage in the conversation to make Jane a better leader in her classroom, but simply says, wow, that sounds exciting. Well, I'm glad we finally got to know each other, and moves on. Exaggerated as though these conversations may well be, there is truth in some of this, and you will have all experienced it in your daily view. But let's talk a little bit about then when it gets to the crunch point. When Jane has now decided that there is something wrong. Hey Jane. Hi. You seem upset. Is everything okay? As wouldn't be delivered as any good soap opera could do. Well, not really, I'm conflicted. Oh wow, what's happened? I'm starting to enjoy being a teacher. Wow. My students are really welcoming and I think they really appreciate what I do in the classroom. One said that I really care, and it shocked me as it means a lot to me, and suddenly my goal of 12 months and off is at odds with my values. That sharing of information, that vulnerability exaggerated in this topic by Jane, is an opportunity to engage in a conversation that might change that professional colleague's outlook. I don't blame anyone, particularly anyone who's younger than 43, overweight and balding like me, who would want to focus on being successful in their early lives. I think that should be an opportunity that all people are afforded. And yet, the incentives that are being placed in teaching don't adjust the fact that it's a vocation. You're never going to be a millionaire. You should be. You should have rock star salaries. But for some people, it is a stepping stone. It's a chance to build a portfolio with which they will then move into more profitable work. But for those that have that eureka moment, for those that understand that this is more than simply delivering information, they may well share, and we have to be prepared to see that vulnerability and take the risk to engage. When we talk about mental health, well-being and retention, we're often thinking about the fragilities. We talk about the risks. We talk about what people can do when they've reached crisis. We're not talking about what conversations have happened before that point, which could have avoided that person feeling that fragility. And in this particular occasion, there is a real chance for someone to have had a conversation that would have changed the outlook. So, what about peak conversation? Difficult as it may well be to write, this now Shakespearean-esque script accumulates to its ascension. Andrew starts, I know it must be a worry, and I can't even begin to imagine what it's like in the corporate world, but I don't think questioning it makes you less suited for the job. Most of your job, you sometimes feel overwhelmed, but that's courage. I guess you're right, says Jane. Maybe I should remind myself that having doubt doesn't mean I'm not capable of doing my job well. I would go as far to say doubt can sometimes make you sharp, says Andrew. It keeps you aware of danger that you're dealing with and shows you how to reflect on your journey better. Thanks, says Jane. I really need to get this out of my head for a moment, and your perspective is extremely useful. I'm glad I've shared this with you. Now, listen, I know this is about as smooth as Lego figures walking across the screen, but it goes some way to show the fact that there are many colleagues who will have had these conversations. And we, in the business of our roles, whether you are new to teaching or you've been teaching for a long time, in our roles, we miss these opportunities because we're busy. We push back to ritual and cliche. We even ignore. Jane, hi, yeah, I'm not great at the moment. Oh dear, what a shame, moving on. We know these things happen in our institutions, and actually, we have to be prepared to invest. Because even if we do, there are those individuals who don't want to talk. There are those individuals, whether it be children, parents, or colleagues, who feel so aggrieved in the process of what we're offering that to talk is so vulnerable that they push themselves into silence. And in that state, they have two options, anger or withdrawal. And quite often, that then leads to the problems that we all want to avoid. Eric Byrne has a great way of trying to explain this. He believes that as adults, we play games. We use our interactions with other people from a position of power. And that position of power is modelled through our ego. Now, you're all used to the term ego, but have we ever considered that ego can happen even in a conversation in a Year 7 assembly when Kumbaya's just been sang? Well, Eric Byrne would say yes. He would say that that is still very much part of the games people play. But where we choose to have a conversation, where we choose to engage for the right reasons, and we have a motivation to bring about change, if we're aware of those games, we can make real headroads in supporting each other, but equally achieving a common goal. Byrne talks about 3 positions of ego. And whether you agree or disagree, when you hear what they are and apply them to some conversations you've had over the last 12 months, they actually resonate in most occasions. The first is the parent ego state. The idea that the behaviours, the thoughts, the questions and responses that we have are modelled on what we've experienced beforehand or what our parents did for us. There is a negative to that, but there is also a positive. It's something we refer back to as a comfort because we know that it's accepted amongst society. Dropping down to the bottom, there is the child ego state, where we are very much behaving in a way that is reactionary. We don't really take time to reflect or consider our actions beyond the most immediate, and they are based upon an archaic response, a fight or flight idea. And then in the centre is the adult ego state, the rational, the point where if you stepped back from any conversation, you could quite easily say, well, actually, I didn't quite do that as I wanted to. The part where when someone says something to you that's offensive and you want to get angry, you don't do, and you acknowledge that actually it's not going to help the situation, the adult part of the ego. And so those 3 ego states, which we all have the ability to undertake, form an incredibly complex part of most conversations with which we have. And at any one point during a conversation, we can move between those states. Think about your last conversation, whether or not it was a conversation where challenging news was offered to you or where you had to deliver challenging news. The chances are that you've moved between those states. The goal is obviously to remain in adult, to remain in peak, as Powell would put it, to be there present, to avoid ritual and cliche, and to delve into the conversation looking for a resolution. But it's difficult, because we move between those states at any one point. Examples, you might well meet with a colleague who has underperformed and not returned some documentation on a deadline that's really critically important for you. It's embarrassed you. You've not been able to give that document in to your line manager. you feel embarrassed, it's not what you do, it's a real issue for you, and you go into the meeting angry. If you're in that meeting angry, in that conversation angry, you're impaired. Because what do parents do when children do things we don't like? We get angry, we get disappointed, and we go into the conversation saying, that's naughty. So if you stick in parent into that conversation, if your ego places you in that role, and the colleague who's missed a deadline comes in, and already relying on your understanding of accepted tone, your understanding of what you could do as a parent, you are forcing them into child. You're pushing them into a fight or flight response. Mary, thank you for coming to see me. I think it's really clear I'm angry, I'm disappointed. I don't really like to be embarrassed like that. It was in a full SLT meeting. I was the only department lead who couldn't return the form because you didn't do it. And I just want to know what's going on. Now that sounds very parenting, because it is. But if we talk in that fashion, the response from the member of staff, hopefully, would be in adults. But more often than not, we're giving them permission to move into child. Well, I don't really think you know what's going on, to be honest with you. And it's all right for you to sit there and say that. So we have already, by our first engagement in the discussion, fostered animosity and conflict. We have not seen the individual where they are. We've seen our emotions and led with that in the discussion. So we don't get to peak. We stay in information and emotion, because we still want them to know how annoyed we are with this process. And because they're in child, there's no resolution. They want to give you back what their thoughts are, not what could be done differently. But if we look at it from a different sense, from the adult sense, the conversation may well be a little bit different. Mary, thanks for joining me. I obviously need to talk about why we weren't able to submit the documentation. I'm keen to understand what the barriers are, because really, as a department, we're really proud that we get things in on time. What is it that's not helping to allow you to complete that task? Now, that start position in adult does not stop them going into child. It does not stop them going into adult. They could do either. But it allows them to understand they have the spectrum of the three egos to move into. So what would a parent response be? Glyn, thanks. But I think we all know that actually if you'd told us a little bit sooner, I might be able to do it. That's them trying to parent you. How many of us have had conversations where that's the response? I know you're new to SLT, and you know what? I really want you to be successful, but it's not how we do things here. So thanks, I'll do my best next time. That's us being parented. And if we're not aware of that, we go, yeah, you're quite right. And we ignore the transaction of the discussion. Equally, if they do revert to child, hang on, I'm allowed a life, aren't I? It's not my fault. I went out last night because I needed to blow off some steam. You're always asking me to do things. And here I am now, okay, 5 minutes late for this meeting and missed one deadline. But I still did revision on Wednesday. We have a choice then. They're going to stay in child because child is comfortable. Child is something that we've all done. As adults, we've all been through it. So we have an armory of responses to child that allows us to manipulate the conversation away from the key topic. And the key topic here is someone returned information late. No blame. Staying in adult, no blame. But simple fact. When we reflect on that, those conversations, how many of us can sit there and say, actually, my last conversation, I probably dipped into the parent a bit too much. And then when they turn around and say, well, it's not my fault, you didn't give me any information quick enough, even though I sent 2 emails and a reminder on Microsoft Teams, how many of us then ourselves slip into child? Oh, you went out last night. You went out last night. I don't go out. In fact, you know, last time I went out, all of a sudden, the aim of the conversation is completely swamped because we've allowed our ego state to change it. And when we look at those 3 ego states, there are positives and negatives in child and parent. It isn't just that they are negative. There are many occasions where a conversation with a colleague, and it may not be an ECT, it might be someone who's new to the school, where you have to adopt parents to give them space to grow into adult. I'm really struggling, and I want to know whether I can have some time off timetable. Ooh. Okay, the child in you, time off timetable. Do you want to see what my timetable's like? The adult in you may well say, yeah, let's look at how we can resolve that. But in the initial responses, there's also the need to make sure that they move from child to adult themselves. And that's where you may have to adopt the nurturement and the structure of parent. It is tricky, it is difficult. I understand you finding it hard. Have you considered doing this, that, and the other? That advice isn't overtly negative. It is based upon experience and your own preconceptions of work beforehand. But it can lead to a detailed conversation making that response. In the same way that it isn't necessarily negative to go into child. How many of us want to be spontaneous sometimes? How many of us would prefer that meetings just stop and instead we focus on one thing and do it differently? The problem is we are accustomed to ritual, cliche, system and process, and therefore we do that at the expense of the outcome of the conversation. If we were to change our approach, would it mean that while staying in adult, we could still bring some spontaneity to it? We could accept that there is a risk of destructive behaviour. There is a risk of someone blowing off. There is a risk of someone giving you a smothering conversation. It's all well and good, yeah, but you don't really understand what's going on. We do things differently here. All of these are risks. But whether you look at the 5 levels of communication from power or Burns' ego state, when you see them together, there is a synergy between the goal and how we experience it. Thomas Harris, he talks about the way in which we can ensure our conversations close with the transaction being of benefit to everyone. So let's take Jane and Andrew again. Their wooden relationship, akin to something out of a Hollyoaks script, has now developed to the point where they regularly communicate with each other. But Jane eats crisps in a very loud way, and Andrew is a bit stuck in the mud, and he doesn't do email by his own admission. Their work relationship can develop. They can engage and be positive with each other, even though they're in different departments. But actually, neither would invest anything more than that because they don't need to. When we think about that, what Harris says is we need to consider how we close conversations to make sure that the damage that could be done is avoided. He talks about being okay, a simple phrase, but he puts it into a quadrant. He takes the work from Eric and talks about how that could be manipulated to show the different approach. The goal, obviously, is the top right quadrant, where both parties in the discussion are okay. And in its simplest form, for any difficult conversation, for any challenging engagement, at the end of it, if you ask yourself, am I okay and are you okay? If you don't get yes from both parties, then the conversation is unresolved. The issue is not resolved. The relationship is not resolved, and the damage will continue. An example again of Jane and Andrew. They may well be asked to work together on a cross-curricular event, working together to decide how they're going to bring literacy to the 2 subjects. But Andrew won't use email, and Jane's forever eating salt and vinegar crisps loudly in front of Andrew. They clearly are frustrated with each other. Jane's unaware. Jane just eats her crisps. Andrew has not said anything about the fact that he finds that annoying, and therefore Jane continues to eat those crisps. But Jane's frightened of the deadline because she's already been pulled in by her line manager and told, embarrassingly, that she's the reason the department was up on the board for not returning information. So she is emotionally invested in this, and the anger is growing. If we look at the quadrant, both parties are not okay. Both parties engage with each other, have conversations, have transactions, but leave those conversations both not being okay with each other. Neither checks in, neither moves beyond fact and information. They don't move to peak conversation because they're not prepared to see the vulnerability in either. They're quite happy to let that communication tier remain where it is, which probably means mediocre output and the pair of them having unresolved issues. That's not an effective team dynamic, whether in a school or a business. And what Harris says is we should be using the simple tool of asking, are you okay, at the end of any conversation, and then explaining why we are. So let's imagine again the trivial point of eating crisps or not doing it by email. And Jane raises the point to Andrew. Andrew, I'm really grateful. You've come up with some fantastic work here. I work differently to you. I have to work in the evening because I decide to go to the gym after work. And I'd really prefer it if you could send me what you've done by email so I don't have to wait till the next morning because I do my best work in the evening. That's her okay. She's saying, I'm okay. She's showing her vulnerability. She's also saying, I do things outside of work. I'm giving you a piece of information that you could use as a vulnerability. Andrew could drop the child. You go to the gym. Who has time to go to the gym? I thought you meant to be a teacher. Drop the child. He could go to parent. Oh, are you a gym bunny? That's great. Well done. I hope you enjoy the gym. But the thing is, email isn't a good way of communicating, so I'm not going to do it. Those conversations will happen. But if we allow those to happen, both parties are not okay. Even if Jane has shared her view on this matter, I'd really appreciate it, and this is why. Jane leaves the conversation okay. Andrew doesn't. That's not necessarily wrong, because Jane has fulfilled her part of the engagement. She's not dismissing the feelings and processes and thoughts of Andrew. She's sharing her approach and allowing that conversation to take place. But really, if that isn't resolved, when you ask each other at the end of the conversation, are you okay? Andrew would say yes, because I'm still not going to send it by email. So I'm fine. Jane has to have the courage to say, actually, I'm not okay. And that simple phrase, are you okay? I'm okay. Whether it be in a detailed conversation, in a quick conversation, in a clarity of information task conversation, in a meeting with parents, in a discussion with young people who've maybe made a mistake in your schools. Are you okay? Do you understand now, and are you okay? Yes. If we can get to that point, then the value and the benefit of conversation will mean that we have a greater connectedness to everyone we work with. So, if we accept that COVID has moved some of our conversations into a technical level, some of us may prefer, for example, to text someone over ringing them. I've heard that before. Actually, I'll send you a text. I don't like using the phone. Some people will say, I'll send an email, I won't meet with you. COVID has amplified this. We're relying on electronic communication, and by doing so, we're missing out on the opportunity to engage in the levels of communication, to rapple-ray the damage that's been done, and to see the person in themselves, and to consider where our ego would be in that pleasure. And if we can do that, if we can use that prism, then actually we're being able to communicate in a better way. When you go back to work on Monday, or if you win the lottery tonight, in some future date, you have the opportunity to choose how those conversations will go. Those conversations can be the powerful tool that we know and talk of, the power we have as educators, or they could just simply be a commentary. Our patron in the school is St. John Henry Newman. His phrase, his motto, is heart speaks to heart. I don't think I've ever really truly understood how important that could be since we've come back from COVID, where we have young people who are less willing to be engaged in conversation, have a growing population talking mental health, but not talking about resolving it. And we have staff who talk about burnout and welfare issues, and yet we have institutions and a government who are not prepared to understand the need to start a discourse on changing that. Our patron says, therefore, that we should be using our heart to speak to heart, and by doing so, we should know our power and invest it wisely. Not every conversation is going to be worth your power. Not every conversation is going to be worth your heart connecting to someone else. Choose them wisely. And when you choose those conversations, you need to say what matters and accept, as Brené Brown says, even if they're difficult conversations, there is kindness in the clarity you offer. You have to accept that there will therefore be risk. If you are saying something that might upset someone else, and you may have to, accept that they might drop the child. How dare you? I've never been more embarrassed in my life. Yeah. But if you're right, if you understand you're speaking from a position of authority and fact, and doing so with dignity because you care about their performance and then they are the person that has to work through that emotion, not you, because you're in it. But there is risk. But you have to frame that risk in dignity. Don't ever assume in a conversation, even this one, that you've been heard, or indeed that you've heard it correctly yourself. At the end of every conversation, if it's important and it really matters, are you really okay? Did you really get the answer you wanted? Or did you take some slight adjustment that's enough to make you feel as though it was worthwhile? Is the other person truly okay? Or do they want to get out of that room as quickly as they possibly can because they need to get to the gym, they're frightened of what you're going to say, they never really were present anyway? These are all the markers of a conversation that is worth having. One conversation doesn't ensure the success that we want, but it does demonstrate your willingness to succeed and your investment with them. And when we are having those conversations, offering up our vulnerability, taking that risk, it's an investment that some would say is a work profile and what we've got to do. I would say, whether it be the young people, the children that we serve, or the adults that we work with, it's an act of love, because to ignore it means you're not okay. And then we talk about stress. How much of our stress is because we're not okay with the conversations that we've had? How many of our interactions occur without that true investment? How many of us are ritual and cliche, even with family members, with colleagues? How many students do we have in our class that we don't truly know? And we know that there's something not quite helping them there, that they're not okay. How many of us believe we're truly good friends? Conversation is an art form. It is a difficulty and it is a skill, but it is equally a joy when it comes to full fruition. We need to understand that as a nation, as a world, and as a profession, if we rely on technology, we equally must invest in the art of conversation, because without conversation, we become binary numbers. Binary numbers don't care. Everything we do, there has to be light in it, there has to be the dignity in it, but equally, there has to be the commitment from ourselves to share a little bit more of our vulnerability, take a bit more risk, and accept that not everyone will stay an adult when we want them to. Thank you.
That was so good. And I know Glenn was nervous. There's a lot of people here, and I know that he was really nervous about that, despite having an MBE. Talking in front of everyone here, Glenn, that's really tough. So an amazing talk, amazing. So what I'm going to do now, just hopefully while I'm setting this up at exactly the same time, and I'm notoriously terrible at multitasking, we have got Manisha. Manisha, do you want to come forward? I'll just get this. Oh, it's 24 megabytes.
Yes,
Your
that's
PowerPoint.
why I sent it to you as a PDF.
Oh, sugar me timbers. Oh, it'll be fine. No. You're all good. Come on. So we've got Manisha here. I'm delighted that Manisha could come along to talk in this kind of, we've called it careers or moving forward in your career section. The reason I asked Manisha is, correct me if I'm wrong, Manisha, you are a part-time tutor / teacher of economics. Yeah. And Manisha is going to talk to us about being either a part-time tutor, a side hustle tutor, or a full-time tutor, depending on where you're at. So if you're a teacher and you're thinking about, okay, how can I branch out of my career? And how can I maybe add a string to my bow? Manisha is hopefully going to talk a little bit like that. Thanks so much for coming.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks, everyone. Hi everyone. I'm Manisha from IXL Tutors, and we help young people to build their confidence and boost their grades. Teachers are struggling, workload, targets and funding. Exams have become more content heavy, coursework's reduced, and subjects are more exam focused. Students feel increasing pressure of exams, and the education system's breaking down with increasing pressure on teachers. We offer small group and one-to-one tutoring sessions focused on learning the content and honing excellent exam technique. 11 plus tutoring classes are capped at 10 students to enable more personalised approaches. GCSE classes are capped at 12 students and A-level classes are capped at 8 students. Being from Milton Keynes, I was shocked to see that the population in Milton Keynes is projected to double in the next 10 years. Market research has shown 4 11 plus tutoring companies, but no tutoring companies that deal with everything. So no one that offers Key Stage 2, Key Stage 3, GCSE and A-level classes. Parents want what's best for their children, and they foresee tutoring as a way to have an individualised support for their child. Parents or students will sign up online to our website, choose a time and a tutor that suits their needs, and attend online classes in the comfort of their own home. I think it's really important for you as a parent and for you as a student to be able to choose who you want and when you want that session. You don't have to have the same time every week. And that's what makes it really helpful being able to run these sessions online. Myself and the now 33 tutors that we have deliver sessions, all with a minimum of 4 years of teaching experience. And that was one thing that I really wanted my company to have, experienced teachers. Most of our teachers are also examiners. They're all still in the classroom. Myself and these tutors run our sessions and they are highly personalised to each of our students. But now you know where we are. Now you know where we are. Let's have a look at how I got to this point. So I myself started teaching back in 2013 in a city school in London, commuting from Milton Keynes every day. That wasn't particularly fun. Completed a schools direct programme, aka I was thrown into the classroom on day 2, having absolutely no idea what I was doing or what I'd let myself in for. After a semi-turbulent teacher training year, for various reasons, many tears in the PE office, running out of the economics and business office to go straight to the PE department to have a chat with them, I was then moved to another school within the MAT to complete my NQT year. Even more difficult circumstances in my NQT year, the children came from really deprived backgrounds. 70% of the students had English as an additional language, and students were travelling more than an hour to get to school each morning, most of them without having breakfast. This probably resonates with lots of people in the room or watching online. My NQT year was the toughest I've ever endured, and by February, I was done. I developed alopecia on my scalp from the stress I'd endured and was travelling 3 hours a day to get into school. Milton Keynes to Woodbury, and that was a particularly fun commute. I had very little support from SLT in that school. So I handed my notice in February for the end of the year and it didn't faze me. I had absolutely nothing to fall back on. I completed my NQT year and I felt that sense of relief because I was no longer paying £540 a month on train tickets. Luckily in April, a job came up that I never thought I'd be qualified for. Imposter syndrome. But it was 5 minutes from home, so hey, thought I'd give it a shot. To my absolute shock, I was called in for an interview. Fell in love with the school from the moment I walked in, met the head teacher, the department, the other members of staff, and I was offered lead teacher of economics and financial studies the day after I interviewed. But when the head of HR called me the day after, my reply to her offering me the job was, "Are you serious?" But we'd done it, new job secured. Looking forward to my new adventure, had a wonderful summer and did barely any school prep, much like I did every year after that over the summer. September 2015, started at Shenley Brook End School in Milton Keynes. When you find a school that values their staff, and I don't know how I did, it was pure luck. Hold on to it with both hands. I'd had such a fabulous experience there. I led 2 subjects. I was being sent on all sorts of training courses that I wanted to. A research flipped learning. I started embedding flipped learning across the entire sixth form, which was a challenge. I completed my MPQML. I was learning about oracy, and in September 2018, become head of economics and business. Again, hello imposter syndrome. I had absolutely no idea what I was doing, and I still feel like that to this day. So I hadn't seen imposter syndrome for 3 years, so I tried to just shove it away, tried to ignore it. and it kind of disappeared, but I think it's because I just covered it with all of these other feelings. I love being team leader, and many of the skills and characteristics that I picked up from SLT, I still implement today within my own business. As team leader, you learn so much of what you need to run a company. HR management was always the trickiest. I remember people saying this to me as I was trying to set up my tutoring company. Dealing with people is always the most difficult because of all of the emotions that are there that they bring to that interaction as well. Especially when you're dealing with performance conversations. But as well as dealing with your own team, you manage students, aka your customers, your parents and their comments and complaints, other members of the wider school, to your stakeholders. You meet with governors and shareholders. Financially, I had a tiny budget, and that was partly because of the subject that I was. So learning to pay for everything that you needed with this tiny amount of money taught me a lot of skills that I now had to take forward to my business, that we didn't really start with much at all. By Christmas 2019, however, I'd started to hate my role. And it was purely from managing the team perspective because we'd had a team member who was really valuable to us leave for a promotion at another school at the end of July 2019, but we couldn't replace them. Because economics and business is a subject that isn't being trained for, and it hasn't been trained for a while now. But the demands for the subject are ever increasing. So I'm not quite sure why we're not training economics and business teachers. So having not been able to fill that place, we took on a long-term supply teacher. In summer 2019, the start of our tutoring company really began. I met with a tutoring company in Birmingham that were really successful. They've been running for about 20 years, and I knew them through family. The concept in theory was amazing. He wanted to sell me his franchise because he didn't have anyone in Milton Keynes or anyone really down south that was running part of his company. He was going to give me his resource, he was going to train me, he was going to help with all the marketing, and I'd get the brand name as well, everything that came with his brand name. However, he wanted a percentage of my profit, and that didn't quite sit right with me, because he wasn't asking me for 10% or 20% or 30% or 40%. He wanted 45% of my profit. So that was going to be an issue from day one. So I said no, went back to the drawing board, but then had to put that back to one side because school started again in September. And I was still leading a department at this point. By Christmas 2019, though, I knew that something needed to change. I needed something more, of which I thought that was a new school. So I started looking elsewhere, casually browsing jobs, and it became really obvious to SLT that I wasn't happy. So, having been very, very supported by SLT, they then tried to do everything that they could to help me. Casual conversation at Christmas 2019, I'd been asked by a family friend if I could tutor their son in GCSE economics. Never taught GCSE economics in my life at this point. Looked through the spec, okay, cool, it's like A-level, I can do this, I know what I'm doing. And I knew the family really well, I knew the student really well. And I knew that it would be, hopefully, absolutely awesome. So sure, why not? Luckily for me, there were loads of resources that I already had that I could use, which is something that we'll come back to later. And there were plenty of exam papers online, so I could then kind of cobble together some stuff and use everything that I need. That was my catalyst. The catalyst that I needed to really figure out and decide what I wanted to do, because it wasn't staying in the classroom. We continued the tutoring each week, and by the end of the Christmas holidays, this one family had turned into 12. Don't quite know how that happened. This business was scalable and I knew it. And I'd been one to go with my gut. February 2020, business day generated, thanks Mark. Domain built, website being built, thanks Dad. Research and online platform, again, thanks Dad. Paid for the online platform, thanks Dad. And I asked the school if I could drop my TLR and move to 0.6 from September. Up until this point, the school had absolutely no idea that I was tutoring on the side. And that's fine, I didn't need to, because it wasn't students from the school. Shock hit the team and the rest of the school. We didn't tell any students at this point. No one knew that what my actual plans were. I knew I could scale up this business, had no idea how. Had an online platform that hadn't really done much for it, it'd just been paid for at that moment in time. And then mock exams hit, and I'm swapped with marking year 13 A-level economics papers, year 13 business A-level papers, and year 13 finance papers. Then we started hearing all the bumblings about a virus sweeping across China, which at that very moment I knew very little about. And overnight, all of my face-to-face students had their exams cancelled. I lost all of the students that I was tutoring, and I panicked. Because in a few months' time, I had no TLR, and I was dropping down to 0.6, and that had already been agreed. I took 2 days to think about it, because I had absolutely no idea what I was going to do. I'm going part-time in September, so I had to find a way to supplement my income. I logged into the online platform that my dad had very kindly purchased for me a few months ago, and wow, that was effective. I didn't really know what the actual tutoring platform did at that point. So I discovered a whiteboard. You can upload resources ahead of time. Still the reason I use it, because I like to see the plan ahead. Students can download the whiteboard with any annotations on it, which is incredible. You can run one-to-one sessions, you can run classes up to 15. It was everything I needed to potentially run an online school. Without this one piece of software, and I'll admit, I paid far too much for it. Without that one piece of software, my company wouldn't run efficiently as it does though. So I'm willing to pay that amount that I do. So I set up a Facebook page, and all of a sudden, just advertising myself and the 4 subjects I was offering, 11+, GCSE, maths, business and economics, I was starting to get some inquiries from all around the country. The power of online had then hit me. Parents were starting to worry about their children and wanted to supplement their schoolwork as they couldn't find the time to work from home and do everything else that they needed. Between March 2020 and September 2020, I was the sole employee director, finance department, marketing, HR, and admin for the business. Thankfully, I've learned a little bit from that point. Starting back in 0.6 in September was challenging. Kind of in school, kind of not in school, had a really weird transitional phase. We had a new head of department that was replacing myself, and I was in school 3-ish days a week. Between teaching in a school, I was planning lessons, taking inquiries, marketing the business, trying to work out what the business even was and where it was going, even if it was a business. And trying to then reply to inquiries from people that wanted to join me for some reason, that wanted to then come and tutor for me. From a financial perspective, staying part-time was a sensible decision at that moment. But burnout was looming again for about the 4th time, and I just couldn't handle it. I finally handed my notice in, and Easter 2021, after 6 years, I finally left and took the ultimate leap of faith to go full-time with the business. And that was one of those moments. I hated leaving that school because it was incredible and they've been absolutely amazing to me. But at the same time, I knew that I had to do it for myself. And I knew that if I ever needed them, they would always be there for me. At this point, I had absolutely no idea how to grow, scale, hire anyone. I had absolutely no idea what I was doing. And everyone says to me that you teach business and economics. You should know how to do this. No, I really don't. But I had a list of jobs, 3 really important things that I thought I needed to do. Hire an accountant, because there was absolutely no idea I had any idea about how to do my end of year accounts. I can teach you how to look at an account, don't know how to do them. I needed to hire some tutors. Again, didn't quite know how to do that, didn't really know what it looks like. And I needed to hire some educational content creators, because we wanted to kind of be a combination of educational content creators and an online tutoring company. So that one-stop shop for everyone. Hiring an accountant was relatively straightforward. I went with a recommendation. Thanks, Dad. You can see the pattern here, and was passed from my accountant the details of an amazing HR consultant also. Jane, my still HR consultant, has guided me through absolutely everything HR related. And she is wonderful. We still work together. So Jane helped me write my application forms, helped me adapt my interview questions, teach me how to interview. Because interviewing someone as head of department to join your department is very different to hiring someone to join your company. Jane wrote contracts for us, and that was a really interesting moment for me, because hiring people, I needed to have contracts in place. And one of the issues that I knew I might potentially have is about clients being taken away from me. So I needed to have something solid in place to create that relationship between us as a company and the tutors we're then hiring. Jane also found me a DBS company, and more recently has helped me with an official performance management process. Having outsourced 2 large areas of my business, the trade on HR, and now I just take on some tutors because I couldn't do everything. At that point, I was tutoring for approximately 30 hours per week on my own. Evenings, weekends, during the day. And I had very, very little time to do anything myself because I was still working at the weekends at that point. In 2017, I casually set up a business and economics teacher Facebook group. Didn't think it was going to go anywhere. But I did want to stir up the market a little bit because up until that point, the business and economics teacher groups were dominated very much by one company. So I popped a post in there to my 4,000 members and asked if anyone was interested in online tutoring, just to see if I could get any business and economics or financial studies tutors to come and join us. Lo and behold, 20 applications by the end of the day. And it was now my job to sift through the not qualified or not UK-based teachers at first. I settled on interviewing 3 teachers, all of which are still with us today and hold a very special place with me. The clients who come from tutoring normally come from a referral. That's kind of how it works. So in order to find students for my new tutors, I'd have to cleverly adapt my marketing to show that it wasn't just me anymore. Because I still get it to this day. People call up and say, I want an economics tutor, can you help? No, I can't. I've been fully booked the last year. So I'm really sorry. However, this is what I have. The first few months, the new tutors I took on, I admit, had very little work. But slowly, when new students started coming through, existing families asked if we run other subjects, I could pass them through. The lockdowns between here and the current time had a real impact on the business. January 22, however, felt like a real fresh start for the company. Exams were going ahead. We had a team of 24 tutors. We covered primary and all subjects of GCSE and most subjects up to A-level. This was the point where I knew that scaling up was going to be how we then became successful. I applied for the NatWest Accelerator Programme, a fully funded programme for business owners that want to scale up their business. You get mentoring every week, although I probably actually have conversations and mentor more on a daily basis, for whatever crisis is happening at that point. The programme was running online, and that's really where I learned the fundamentals of how to grow and scale up, where to find funding, how to network, how to use my network, how to ask for help, which is something that I was never used to doing. I always thought I could just do it on my own, and I really, really can't. And most importantly, I then surrounded myself with people that understood what I was going through. I was also really surprised at the number of teachers that were there running businesses as a part-time to either supplement or because they had something else they were passionate about. Being a part of that Accelerator Programme gave me a chance for the first time to create a business plan. So I kind of made it up until that point, found a few people that I knew, to create a future plan for my business. So I took to my scrapbook and created a plan for every month in the next year, what we wanted to do, started marketing it, started planning out the logistics of what it was all going to look like, and then figured out I still don't have enough tutors. The vision's always been to be a one-stop shop for parents, students and teachers, educational resources for all subjects, eventually, tutoring for all subjects, eventually, running workshops, running revision sessions, running informative events, running things like meditation classes with Wendy. The exam period last summer was our best summer to date. We sold out workshops for all the classes that we ran. Our one-to-one sessions were ever popular. However, we do need to work on parents' expectations when they phone me up in April and ask for 20 sessions over the next 5 weeks. I really still don't have capacity for that. One of my pivotal moments this year has been hiring a social media manager, Sophie. Massive thanks to Sophie. Sophie, in her own way, helps keep me accountable and organised, partly because she wants me to organise things 3 months in advance. So I was spending 1 day a week creating, scheduling, and attempting to design really unengaging, really boring social media content. Lo and behold, Sophie pops up on my Instagram, and I reach out, we meet up face to face, because she's really local to me, and I was sold. Sophie took over the content creation of all of our social media platforms, Facebook, Insta, LinkedIn, Twitter from April. And then since then, she's also taken over our TikTok. Doesn't mean that I don't have to sometimes create some of those videos though. Our reach was steadily increasing. Our content is more fun, relatable, engaging, and gives back me the day a week that I was using to do stuff that I actually really love within the business and make the money. In the past 5 months, so much has changed within the business. We've attended more networking, we're spreading our name to schools. Schools have started hiring us to help their SEND students. We're tapping into exhibitions, we're looking into our face-to-face proposition. I'm temporarily living in Bristol to set up our face-to-face sessions within schools there. And then finally, my key takeaways from the past, however many years it's been. If you're happy finding your own students and want to start tutoring, set up yourself a Facebook page and parents will start contacting you. Create an Instagram page and a TikTok and share some how-tos for your subject, because that's what people want. They don't want to be sold to. They want to see how you can help them. That's exactly what they want. If you want less admin and potentially more students, use a company like us. Yeah, shameless plug. Online tutoring is far more time efficient than face-to-face. There's still demand for face-to-face, so this could work better if students travel to you. Classrooms have everything that you need in them and you can hire them out. Always take payments before the lesson. This one still stings me quite a lot. We have been stung by one student who to this day has never paid for any of his tutoring sessions. If you want to take it to a business level, use a stepping stone for the business. This is the only thing that gives me sanity, means that I can turn it off. Set up auto replies on it for how people can contact me and when they can contact us. Set up a business email address, not a Gmail one. I've seen lots of people doing this. Have your own website. Use a stable online platform. The platform we use is called LearnCube. It's an American platform, but it's branded to make it look like it's our platform. Even with the URL, it looks exactly like it's our platform. Find your USP. Our USP started off as us being economics and business only, and that was great. And now we're starting to branch out into more and more subjects. Keep your training up to date if you leave school. I still examine over economics and GCSE business, just so I then know that when I'm having conversations with parents, I'm really confident about what I can offer you. Network, network, network. People love people. And in today's world, if people trust you, they're going to come back. If they know they can have a conversation with you, they're going to come back. The conversations I now have with parents are completely different to when I was a teacher. They come to me with things that are really troubling them. And it's really nice to be able to have those conversations. Demand is really seasonal. Expect July and August to bring in minimal revenue, so plan for this. I still haven't planned very well for that, especially in the summer just gone. Take time out. I don't tutor at the weekend. Other tutors of mine do, or they take off days during the week where they don't want to do anything. Find yourself a mentor. That's really difficult. Find your tribe. Southwood Social Hub is mine. And also my NatWest entrepreneurs, they are my tribe. They are the people that I go to when I need anything, even if it's something really tiny. Social media isn't your only marketing tool. Email marketing is incredible. We send out newsletters every month. And on your website, if you've got a pop-up on there, which encourages people to sign up, that's going to then help you as well. Time block comes really naturally as teachers, though. Use your existing resources. Don't make more work for yourself. Small tweaks will go a long way. Have fun with it. Tutoring is incredible because it's what we love doing. It's the teaching part of what we love doing without all of the other stuff that comes around it. Learn to say no to parents, which was something I found really difficult. Know your worth and don't price yourself too low. When I first started running my business, I was charging £15 an hour, which I look back and cringe horrendously, for GCSE and Key Stage 3, and I was charging £25 an hour for A-level. We have since heavily changed our pricing strategy. Thank you very much.
That was so good, really interesting. Thank you so much, Manisha, for that. What we're going to do now is we're going to have a little break because we're slightly behind where we were supposed to be. So if we have 5 to 10 minutes now, drink, network, and there'll be a lot of people kind of cramming through that single corridor. So just make sure you space yourselves out, guys. Don't go too fast through there. Yeah, might be a bit of a stampede. So just be careful. Health and safety, always important. We'll be back in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. And then Colin, you're on next in 5 to 10 minutes.
Tom. Yeah, there you go. I'll set that up for you in a second.
So Tom, can't walk around, no?
You can take that mic with you. Just give me 2 seconds.
Yeah.
Right, Greg. Hello. Oh.
That's the one. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Your Voice 2022. Packed house here. Let's hear you all. So, that's what happens when you have hundreds of people holding in a building. Really, they're going to have to fix the architecture and infrastructure to make sure it's okay. But yeah, we're delighted in this segment because we've got Colin Foley, who is Director of Training for the ADHD Foundation, and is going to talk to us, as you can see on screen, about principal classroom strategies for neurodiverse children and young people. Colin, delighted to have you, and pass it to you now.
Very much, Tom. Afternoon, everyone.
Hey!
How are we? Okay. Do you know what? You're all education heroes in this room right now. Give up your Saturday to come and talk about getting good outcomes for children and young people. Now, I'm all right. I'm fine, absolutely. I usually walk around quite a lot, standing behind the podium's a little bit weird, but we'll go with it. So, hello. It's really, really nice to be here. My name's Colin. I'm the training director for the ADHD Foundation. Anyone heard of us? Got it. Okay. We are the largest patient-led ADHD neurodiversity charity in the whole of Europe, and it's my great pride to say that we are in the northwest of England, in my hometown of Liverpool, not like all the other major neurodiversity charities, which are in the southeast. Okay, so if you'd like the slides from this presentation, then there's my email address that you can see there. I'll take my business cards. If I inspire you in the next half hour and you want to find out a bit more about us and what we do, there's our social media platforms and there's our website address. So please get involved. Right, you up for this? Neurodiversity in 30 minutes. Yeah? Okay, what people spend their lives studying and researching, and we are going to talk about in 30 minutes. I was just driving here this morning and I was thinking, I remembered I was in Manchester, I got asked by, anyone heard of the Child Health Forum that look after district nurses, school nurses, and they got in contact with me, and they said, can you come and talk for an hour to 150 nurses about ADHD? I said, yeah, okay. I said, what do you want me to talk about? They gave me this huge, big, long list of things they wanted me to talk about. Stupidly, I went, yeah, right, I'll do that. Okay. So I turned up, 150 nurses, right, a huge, big, long list of content, and I was like I was demented. I talked at them really fast, really loud for an hour. I shut them up completely, all these nurses. And I actually had, at the end, 5 minutes left, because I was that fast. And I said, well, I've got 5 minutes, everyone. I said, anyone got a question? And this woman puts her hand up and said, yeah, Colin, I've got a question. She said, when were you diagnosed? I haven't got ADHD. She looked at me and she went, are you sure? So, listen everyone, if I start getting really, really fast, okay, you just stop me and say, Colin, shut up, let's back up, ask what you like, say what you like, and interact in any way. Look, those of you that have been here since 10:30, you've been sat on a hard plastic chair. One of the things we're going to talk about in the next half hour is attentional dysregulation. Okay, key feature of a range of neurodevelopmental conditions. So if you want to stand up and walk around this room, or lie on the floor, or fidget, or doodle, or do whatever it is, if you're a teacher, what you've been saying to children and young people all week, do it now for yourself. Okay, so before we get stuck in, everyone, just want to say a few things just to give you a few resources. If I inspire you, you want to find out a bit more. Okay, Claire, for 25 quid, you can have an hour and a quarter CPD in your school hall with one device, and they're twice a month. We've got an online programme that runs for the whole academic year. £25 per device for CPD at the end of the school day, 3:45 to 5:15. These booklets that I wrote last year, they are free to download off our website. Okay, we've written a booklet for parents, we've got one for adults, one for teens with ADHD, we've got one for, the one I'm really proud of, because I was a secondary teacher, is the one on the right, which is an activities booklet for primary age children who've just been diagnosed with ADHD, and they're going really, really well. Okay, and the outcomes, the responses have been really, really positive. I forgot to say, didn't I, everyone? So I've been doing this job now for 7 years. I'm the training director. I create and deliver training courses. I am this. on a range of neurodevelopmental conditions, mental health conditions, okay, all over the UK and abroad. Before that, I had a 25-year secondary school teaching career. Started teaching in 1989. Some of you weren't born in 1989, I'm sure. Okay, showing me age here, all right. So I've been a classroom teacher, head of department, head of faculty, and 10 years in school leadership positions. I tell you what, everyone, if the last 7 years means anything, okay, it's this. The world is changing out there around neurodiversity. It is such an exciting time. Right, the first 3 years, I spoke to schools, colleges, and universities exclusively. 50% of my work now is with businesses and organisations. It really is exciting. End of last year, I was making films for the Home Office. Border Force got in touch with me. They said, when our immigration officers stop people at seaports and airports and they've got autism or ADHD, what do we need to know and how should we best communicate with them? How cool is that, everyone? Next week I'm in London with the Met Police, with their negotiation team, people in high levels of acute stress and anxiety, hostage takers, right? What do we need to know if that person happens to be neurodiverse? Back in February, I was asked by a missile defence company, okay, down in the home counties, right? They said, we want to work with you. We want your logo on our website. I said, yeah, why? And they said, we want the right people to come and work for us. I said, what do you mean? All the hairs on the back of my neck were standing up. I said, what do you mean the right people? They said, these are really high-end engineering jobs. They headhunt from top universities, 6-figure starting salaries. They said, if you've got ADHD and autism, or autism, and it's on your CV, and you've got the qualifications, we will immediately interview you. The world is changing. People are beginning to see the unique skills and qualities that go with neurodiversity. And in my opinion, everyone, education is running to catch up. Now, Claire, I don't know, your school's probably brilliant, and there's brilliant work going on in loads and loads of schools. We've been working in partnership with the Witherslack Group now for years. We absolutely support their ethos and their philosophy, and we know that the way that they work works really well for youngsters who are neurodiverse. But look at exclusion rates in the UK. Nothing's changed there, has there? Years and years, same story, vast majority are neurodiverse. The very little research that we've got about underachievement in education shows us that neurodiverse children and young people overwhelmingly underachieve in education. So we've got a lot of work to do. This section of the day is called Fixing Education, I think, right? I think we have got things that we need to address, okay? But let's not forget there is some brilliant work going on all over. I go to schools all the time and I'm overwhelmed by the really, really good work that's going on to support children, but there's still a lot of work to be done. There really is. Tell you what we're lacking, everyone. Some really good, positive representations, aren't we, of neurodiversity. British stuff for young people, a lot of American stuff out there. Free to download, Claire, off our website. A series of comics. We're on number 4. We're working with Deco Comics in Edinburgh. Right? All of the characters in the comics are all based on our young people who advocate for us, right? So it's not just ADHD, it's a range of conditions. Free to download. When a child, how many kids have you worked with in denial about their neurodiversity, in conflict, ashamed, masking, hiding, all of those things? Let's have some positive representations out there. I'm going to say 3 things to you now, all right? Well, I always say at the beginning of any presentation that I give around neurodiversity. That horrible word at the top, everyone. You familiar with this? Always think about death when I hear it. A better word is co-occurring or co-occurrence. I use this word, comorbidity, because that's the word that doctors use. So I think it's important that we know. Okay? So what it means, if you've never heard of it, it means having more than one neurodevelopmental condition. And let me tell you this, it's the rule rather than the exception that children and young people will have more than one condition. Why are we in this situation where the vast majority of kids have got a single diagnosis, right? Well, one reason, you can't blame families, can you? It's a disgrace, the UK, that what we put families through to get a diagnosis. It takes years, and it shouldn't. So I don't blame families giving up. But the second reason is, I think, it's to do with us. It's to do with educators. Are you looking at children and young people solely through the lens of their primary diagnosis? Let me give you an example, right? I taught for 25 years. I used to get my list from the Senko in September, and I'd say, right then, this is what I'm working with. This girl's got ADHD. She's in my class. She was struggling to read in my class. I think, well, of course she's struggling to read. She's got ADHD. She's got poor memory. She's got attentional dysregulation. Or I couldn't read her handwriting. Well, of course I can't read her handwriting. She's got ADHD. She's got cognitive and motor hyperactivity. Her mind is going faster than her ability to use this writing implement because she's got ADHD. And that could be the case, but she could also be dyslexic or dysgraphic. Dysgraphia, if you don't know, specific difficulties around communicating through writing. And I was missing it because I was just looking at her through the lens of that primary diagnosis. Go back to your schools, talk to your colleagues, tell them, always keep an open mind. Is this the diagnosis that I've got on paper, or is there more going on as well? We've still got work to do with girls and young women. With ADHD, we're moving backwards, would you believe? Backwards. Before the pandemic hit, we were on 3 girls to 1 boy. We're now back on 4 to 1. That we were there for years and years at 4 to 1. Look at adult diagnoses for ADHD in the UK. 1 to 1. Okay? The Guardian wrote an article back in March saying for the first time ever in the UK, inquiries for ADHD assessments from adult women had overtaken men in the UK for the first time. Why are we missing the girls? Well, we could talk about this all day. I'll just say a couple of things really quickly. Okay? One is historical. There's historical connections between conditions like ADHD and autism and boys and men. Asperger's never worked with a girl or a woman. Can you believe that? Okay? Right? Also, the way in which, take ADHD, the way in which ADHD can present in girls and young women can be misinterpreted. Let me ask you, all of you, those of you accessing this session remotely as well, have you got any girls in your school who never shut up? Excessive talk is a part of the diagnostic criteria. Or girls who have what's called emotional hyperarousal, very, very emotional state, everything that happens, so, she's operating at a high level of emotions. She drops her pencil in class, it's like the world's going to end. Okay? Or girls who have what's called hypersociability. So they don't like being on their own or working on their own, and they're constantly reaching out all the time in classrooms, in ways that can be annoying for people or ineffective, okay? Constantly reaching out to make contact. These are all ways that girls with ADHD present their hyperactivity. And the cliche about ADHD, have you all heard this? The girls are inattentive, the boys are hyperactive and impulsive. Have you heard that? I taught my fair share of hyperactive girls, right? Girls have that classic presentation. You've got hyperactive, impulsive girls in your school, right? Girls have that presentation, right? But what happens? We don't think of neurodiversity. That girl gets labelled. She's a chatterbox. She's a drama queen. She's ditzy. She's lazy. She's naughty. What do girls do? Much more so than boys. Girls internalise those labels for themselves. We did some research with teenagers with ADHD a few years ago, just before the pandemic. The girls, much more likely to say, right, and perceive the features of their neurodiversity as a problem of them. I can't concentrate, I'm stupid, I talk too much. The boys, much more likely to say, I do that because I've got ADHD. Okay? And then, what happens? Right? Then, the mental health implications of this are enormous. I'll give you one example, and I'm sorry to change the tone a little bit here, right? But a piece of research done at the end of last year, okay? First presentation at eating disorder clinics throughout the UK for young women last year, all right? NHS England say 5% of the population have got ADHD. The World Federation backs that up for children, 5.8%. 1 to 2% of people are autistic. 38% of young women presenting at eating disorder clinics at the end of last year in the UK had either ADHD and or autism. The risks that we miss the girls are really significant. Go back to your schools, Get the diagnostic criteria for ADHD off me, right? Look again at your girls. Are we missing the girls? It's because it's a significant issue. And the last one, of course, is that mental health. Have you ever taught a child with any neurodiverse condition, including dyslexia, where you didn't think anxiety was part of the mix? I never did in 25 years. Right? The mental health implications, people with ADHD, 6 times more likely to develop a mental health condition across the lifespan. Okay. Now, I understand, right? I don't know if it feels overwhelming at times. There's so many conditions, isn't there? All right, last week, I worked with ADHD Ireland. I did a presentation online for teachers across Ireland last week. A woman got in the chat box at the end. She's got a child in my school diagnosed with ADHD and SCT. I went, oh, SCT, whilst Googling what's SCT, when I'm talking to her. Can you believe this? Has anyone heard of it? Right, you won't believe this. Just imagine being a child with this diagnosis. Sluggish cognitive tempo. Can you imagine being told by a paediatrician, you're sluggish, all right? What does it mean, right? Those of you that teach, you'll know exactly what it means. Some children think slower than others, don't they? Some take a while to get there. We all know, right? It's called sluggish cognitive tempo, right? And it's associated very commonly with ADHD and or autism, particularly. All right. So there's a lot out there. There's a load of conditions, isn't there? And it's hard to get your head around, I think. But I'm going to talk to you in the next kind of 15 minutes about some of the big strategies that transcend neurodevelopmental conditions. But we have to follow as well what's called condition-specific strategies. If you've got a child ticking in your class, they've got Tourette's syndrome, they've got motor tics, let them tick. Create a culture where the others aren't bullying them. Maybe they might not want to sit at the back because they're not so exposed constantly. Remember, a child that ticks will get exhausted, so you're accommodating for that. Okay, a child with dyspraxia needs you to think very carefully about the physical components of what you're asking them to do. What are the coordination, balance, and movement implications? Take your time, set it up, model it. Do it in stages. Let that child ease their way into that. If you've got an autistic child in your class, your absolute priority is their safety and security in that situation. Predictability, structure, slowing your language, very clear with your language. Use the child's name first. What you want them to do, make sure that's the last thing that you say to the child with autism. So you don't say, Claire, put your coat on, it's raining outside. You flip it. Claire, it's raining outside, put your coat on, very, very clear physical gesture. Let them navigate their way around the classroom. Clear signs with pictures backed up, very, very clear. Lots of predictability, lots of structure, lots of close teacher setup, and lots of affirmation about I'm here to support you at every single step of what I'm about to ask you to do. Okay, so there are specific condition-specific strategies, but there are bigger strategies as well. What I want to do, because we could be here all day, couldn't we, talking about this, I'm just going to focus on ADHD for the next 15 minutes, if that's okay with everyone. I'm fed up with this, are you? Look at this name. If there was ever a condition that was desperate for a name change, it's this. Right? It's awful. Okay, are you ready like me? Yeah, in this room now, we have a consensus. We stop saying this word. Yeah, look what's happened in the autistic community. We've gone from ASD to ASC, autistic spectrum condition, and now people say, don't say that at all, say autism or autistic. And I would agree with that. These children in your school are not disordered. Neurodiversity is a difference in brain function. It's a difference, right? It's not less than. And they're not disordered. Okay, I'll tell you the main reason why I hate this, everyone. That it's just not true. It's not an attention deficit. I spoke to a parent recently. This is a mother of a 16-year-old. Right, we've known this family in our charity for years. Okay, he's been diagnosed for a decade. The school, she was laughing with me this month. The school still ring her up and say, your son can't concentrate, your son can't focus. She's like, yeah, he's had an ADHD diagnosis for a decade, right? But what she said to me then was really struck with me. She said, if I let him, every day when he comes home from school, he'll sit in front of a computer game and not move for up to 5 hours if I let him. Think about computer gaming, everyone, and ADHD. fast pace, high graphic, instant reward. You could see, couldn't you, how somebody with ADHD would really engage in something like that. How can that young man be described as having an attention deficit? The better word, I think, everyone, is attentional dysregulation. Have you heard of hyperfocus? Anyone? Yeah? Hyperfocus with ADHD means, right, that if you get a young person really interested, really engaged in something, they will absolutely pay attention to that activity, that task, that subject for long periods of time to the exclusion of everything else around them. The absolute priority of teachers working with youngsters with ADHD is to engage them in the material. If they're not engaged, don't carry on. Yeah? I'm assuming you're all neurotypical. I shouldn't do that. Right? But if you are in the room, right, you will remember, won't you, sitting in classes and sitting in lectures where you weren't a bit interested and you went along with it. Everyone remember this? Oh, everyone, yeah? Okay. Sense of delayed gratification, you didn't want to get in trouble, you had a nice relationship with the teacher, all of those things. Kids with ADHD live in the moment. You've got to get them in the moment. A 14-year-old said to me recently, I love this. He said, Colin, I've only got 2 times. He said, I've got now and I've got not now. I thought, how brilliant is that to describe ADHD? Okay, you've got to engage them. And the way to do this, right at the start of a lesson, is 2 things. You've got to get them in and get them doing something straight away. They've got to focus on some kind of activity, preferably something that's practical, movement-based. Stand them up. Your heart rate increases 5 to 8% every time you stand. Why are we asking them to sit down all the time? Get them stood up. Next time you want to do a talk activity, stop saying turn to the person next to you. Say stand up and face the person. Let them move. Okay, let them move their bodies. All right. So that's the first thing. The second thing is ask something of them, something personal. Don't start lessons where you say, today we're talking about X. I'm now going to talk to you about X. We're going to watch this film. We're going to read this book. Always start with, what do you know about X? It's called semantic encoding. The most powerful way for children with ADHD to learn and engage, when we bring what we're introducing to them in relationship to what they already know. The weakest form of communication is telling a child with ADHD anything. Right? I was reading some research from Finland last week, fascinating. You tell a child with ADHD one piece of information in a lesson, they've got a 1% chance of remembering it. You tell them the same piece of information 10 times in the same lesson, that increases to 3 to 4%. If you do what's called spaced retrieval, you keep going back, you keep revisiting over a period of time, that increases to 60 to 70% chance that that child with ADHD will remember that. So, engage their attentional system, activate it, all right? It's called arousal in attentional neuroscience. Activate their attentional system with something practical and then engage their memories, okay, with something of themselves to get them going in lessons. Okay, this is the cliche, isn't it? The H. The cliche about ADHD. Really little boys that can't sit still, can't shut up, can't wait their turn. That's the cliche about ADHD, okay? A very, very clear message from me this morning, right? Why are they moving so much, right? You've got youngsters with ADHD, you taught them restless leg, rapid eye movement, fiddling, twitching, tapping, rocking, right? Why are they moving their bodies so much? They are moving because that's how they focus and concentrate. If you're interested in this, go and Google dopamine, dopaminergic dysregulation. There is a dysregulation in the way in which dopamine transmits around the brain with children with ADHD. And therefore, they are moving because it stimulates the transmission of dopamine in the brain. It helps them. Best thing that you can do for a child or a young person with ADHD, get them to be as physically active as possible. Okay? It will really, really help them right throughout their life to manage their ADHD. Okay? So understand, don't plan lessons where that child is expected to sit in the same place, facing the same direction for the whole lesson. Just don't do it. Find opportunities. Anyone using fidget toys? I hate that word, right? We need to stop using that, don't we? The message we're giving to children is, here's a toy to play with all lesson, right? Don't do that. Call them attentional tools. Give it to them when they need it and take it away from them when they don't need it. That's the best way. That's the way we start to youngsters to understand that, you know, I only need this, you know, for certain activities. I was in a primary school in Glasgow. They put Velcro underneath all the edges of their tables for kids to feel. I was in a special school near here in Stockport where they give them key rings down and to the side. Right? Claire, have you seen those little foot pedals? 29 quid on Amazon. You can have a little foot pedal machine that goes under the desk. Child does this all lesson. Don't know if you've got 279 quid going spare, Claire. Right? They're called desk bikes. They come over from the States. Right? An exercise bike without handles, with an adjustable surface for your book, your tablet, or your laptop. And the child can be moving their legs. Right? What are they doing at break and lunchtime? Are they really physically active? Okay, you want them really moving. I need to stop now, Tom. Don't I? I need to shut up. Okay.
No, you're fine.
When did I
You're
start?
good. You're good.
So I've got what, about 5 minutes?
Oh, mate, just go. Keep going. We're enjoying it.
Okay, is nobody else to come after me?
Well, there is Chris, but he'll be fine.
Well, Chris,
Chris, you can wait.
another 10 minutes, Chris?
Absolutely.
Nice one. Okay, so that's called motor hyperactivity. Right, don't forget, there's cognitive hyperactivity that we don't talk enough about. This is the mind going very fast. Have you worked with children with ADHD that interrupt you, speak over you, change the subject, talk a lot, right? What opportunities are we looking for with those youngsters? You know, dyslexia. We know that a lot of youngsters with dyslexia are hyper-vigilant in classrooms. They're really listening. They're making up for what they're not getting from written text, by what people are saying, by what the teacher's saying. Right? If I say to teachers, are you putting too much emphasis on reading and writing every single lesson for youngsters with dyslexia? Right? What other ways are you finding for that child to communicate their knowledge and understanding? Are we giving them opportunities to shine? And for kids with dyslexia, it's often opportunities to talk, right, and present. They really, really engage in things like that if they're engaged in the material. And it's the same with ADHD. Are you having ideas dumps? Times for just getting it all out, times to brainstorm, and we're using these opportunities to praise youngsters with ADHD. Because one of the things I'm really interested in is that we stop this negative deficit narrative about neurodiversity. We stop it, we flip it, and say, yeah, they might be struggling in some areas, but they're really, really good in other areas. So let's give them the space and the time to do that in lessons. Okay, so just... oh, nice one. Well done, sir.
Just absolutely, you're not happy with the label and the stigma and stuff, so wouldn't the foundation then be changed the name? And should there be an official name change?
What's your name, sir?
Gary?
Gary. Yeah, Gary, great question. And, you know, because the question would be, who would change the name? Who's got the authority to do that? There are a number of people around the globe now who are proposing different names. If you're interested in this, there's a really good guy called Ned Hallowell. Anyone read The Scattered Mind? One of the first writers. He's proposing VAST, and I forgot what it stands for, variable attention, don't know what the ST stands for. And so there are people talking about this. But the question is, Gary, who would decide? The kickback is people are saying, well, the name's established now. Everyone knows what the name is. So, but I mean, you make a really good point. Maybe we should be actually putting suggestions forward and pushing that. Thank you. Okay, right. These are the three main features of ADHD that everyone recognises, isn't it? Right. Okay. Let's not forget this, everyone. It can be really challenging for youngsters. Yeah, it can be difficult. Right. It can be unsafe. But it can absolutely be a plus. Yeah, Claire, you've got your kids in your school, never put their hand up, never volunteer, you have to drag it out of them. Yeah, you've got a child with ADHD who's engaged, they will absolutely get stuck in, won't they? They'll say something, they'll have a go, they'll do something. Impulsivity, and there's enough educational research out there that shows us that impulsivity is a bit of a strength. Let me give you an example, one example of this. A young woman that we worked with from the age of 6, she got a diagnosis when she was 6. Her mum was brilliant, right, really on board. And we worked with this family right through until she left school. She was the captain of the footy team, the captain of the hockey team, the captain of the netball team. Her whole childhood was she was self-medicating through exercise every single day. She did really well. She went off to do a sports science degree. Okay, then she went travelling. And then she came back to Liverpool this year and she rang us up and said, I'm back. I took the call. I said, great, okay, what's going on? She said, I've got a job. I said, oh, brilliant. I said, what are you doing? She said, I'm selling insurance in a call centre for a bank. Right? I went, right, okay. Put the phone down. Everyone knew her in the office. We had a sweep, how long she'd last. I had 4 days, and I thought I was onto something here. But she's never going to do this. A couple of weeks went by, and a colleague of mine said, who won the sweep? I said, I'll give her a ring. So I gave her a ring and I said, how's the job going? She said, Colin, it's brilliant. I am the top selling insurance salesperson on the whole floor in this bank. Has anyone ever sold anything for a living? Obviously, you have, right? I'd never have. I'd be rubbish. I'd say, do you want insurance? Somebody would say, no. I'd go, well, sorry to bother you. Right? She won't. Impulsivity, absolutely. She's got the gift of the gab, right? She'll go there, she'll make the point, she'll do the questions, she'll push it, right? An absolute asset selling insurance on the phone. She's making her ADHD work for her. She said to me, her boss said, you are so good that I want you to sit next to people, listening to what they're doing and give them feedback to make them better. She said, Colin, I lasted 2 hours. She said, I was being asked to sit still, listen, not speak, and remember everything that they've done. Yeah, she said, I went back to the boss and said, I can't do this. Don't ask me to do that. Just leave me alone and let me be the best salesperson. And there are real strengths with impulsivity. One of our trustees was diagnosed at the age of 11. He's now 40. He then was permanently excluded from 5 secondary schools during his teen. He never lasted a year in any of them. The Jewish high school in Liverpool excluded him, and they haven't excluded anyone for years and years and years at that time. Okay, so just before the pandemic hit, he turned over 5 million quid with his event management company, right? He's got really high-end clients in the car industry. When they launch a product and have a big show, he puts on the show, right? He's incredibly charismatic, this bloke, really dynamic, loves to talk, loves presenting, loves networking, right? I said to him, how are you so successful? He said, I am successful because I have ADHD, not in spite of, right? He said to me, when people want to go the next step, when they want to talk about contracts and money and all of that, he said, I employ people to be what's called my executive functions. He said, I don't deal with emails, I don't hold paper. He said, I pay people to do the detail of it. He's the big vision thinker, the driver, the charismatic, the visionary. Other people do the detail for him. He plays to his strengths. Please, if you've never heard of this, right, because this, the executive functions are housed in the frontal cortex of your brain, and they are how you plan, organise and regulate yourself. Right? Everything that comes into your brain, your frontal cortex decides what you do with it. In every single neurodiverse condition, there are challenges with executive functioning. And this is, in the case of ADHD, this is where we move away from wriggly little boys that can't sit still. You start understanding that there's actually much more significant difficulties and challenges there. Okay, and if we had more time, we'd go into it. Tell you the last thing I want to say is, 2 more things, sorry, is this. We don't talk enough about this with neurodiversity. You've got lots of different types of memory. I'm fascinated by memory. I think it's dead interesting, right? You've got emotional memory, sensory memory, short-term, long-term, okay? All of those different types of memory, but you've got working memory. Working memory is similar to short-term memory, okay? Short-term memory, something comes into your head, you either discard it or you encode it, you register it into long-term, right? Working memory, something's in your brain temporarily, but simultaneously, at the same time, you're doing something with that information. You're planning, organising, registering. In the classroom, all right? Anyone, when was the last time you said to youngsters, hold on, I haven't finished yet, right? You're still explaining, and the kids are ready to go. Claire, got anyone like that in your team? Yeah? Claire's there, giving out a whole strategy, giving all instructions. Someone's there, not saying very much, not doing it. And Claire's thinking, is she listening to me or what? And Claire goes, do you understand what I've asked you to do? And this colleague goes, oh yeah, absolutely. I've got it on my to-do list. I've got to do this, X, Y, and Z. This is how I get started. This is who I need to speak to. Good executive functions, good working memory in combination, right? And then the last thing I'll say is just go back to your colleagues, say to them, when you plan a lesson, every time you plan a lesson, when you're finished, look back and ask yourself two things. One, what's the cognitive load of this lesson? How much am I asking children and young people to plan, organise and regulate for any period of time? And two, what's the memory load of this lesson? And this becomes a significant issue, Key Stage 2 and above, is what am I asking youngsters to hold in their working memory for any one time? And the absolute priority with neurodiversity is you externalise as much as you possibly can. Take it out of working memory, put it into a format that a young person can relate to and find accessible. Okay, and that's the absolute one of the best overarching strategies that we've got for helping support neurodiversity. I'll shut up now. I've talked enough. There's my email address if you want to get in touch. Enjoy the rest of the day, everyone. Thanks.
Super that. Thanks so much, Colin. Really amazing. We've got Chris next. Chris, do you want to make your way up? I will also, in that process, introduce you as well as a speaker, hopefully. Let's see if I can do this. So Chris is going to be talking about diversifying your career in teaching or in education in general. So similar to Manisha earlier, Chris has got a slightly different path. Part-time teacher, part-time everything else, basically, isn't it, Chris? You've got loads of stuff you're going to whiz through with us in terms of the other things you do on your spare days, how to grow your career without going through the usual route of teacher, head of department, assistant head, deputy head teacher. You know, what is the other angle you can take? I'm in that.
You are?
That's mint. I haven't seen that for Youngs. Good book. Chris has a book from, when is it, 2015 now?
It's 2016.
2016, Elephant in the Staff Room, good book. Right, hang on a second. It's not about an elephant in the staff room like a kid's story, it's like the elephant and stuff.
There are no actual elephants.
So, 2 seconds, let's see if we can just get, you can start talking, I will get your presentation done.
Hi, fantastic. Good to see you all, and hello to people who are watching in online. So the title of the session that I'm going to present today is Moving On Up versus Moving On Out. So as Tom said, that there is this kind of standard teaching career path, isn't there, where people are looking for promotion and they go to head of department and they go to assistant head. And a number of us, I think, are increasingly finding, thanks Tom, are increasingly finding that there is a different kind of path available. So this is me, and I started teaching in 1996, did full-time teaching for 25 years, head of humanities in a sixth form college, and kind of alongside that, had this parallel path of senior examiner for religious studies, writer of kind of textbooks and revision guides, and writer of things like the elephant in the staff room. So I've always had this thing where, and as Tom said, the wonderful Tom Rogers is actually in this book, one of his one of his TES.
Is it a lie?
It's probably two lines. He's actually in there. One of his early TES articles is quoted. I have a few copies of the book with me if anyone does want to get one today. So since probably September 2021, I've been 60% freelance, so I'm 0.4 in college, and 60% doing other things. Now, what's led to that point? So what I'm going to briefly talk to you about is kind of the journey that I went through, and then just throw out a few possible tips if anyone in the room or looking online is having similar thoughts. So we've got this national context where we've got teachers that are working these ridiculously long hours. The average kind of working week for a teacher is 50 odd hours. We know that we're missing recruitment targets. We know we're not recruiting enough teachers, but we also know that the back door is also open and people are leaving the profession. We know that part of that is about pay, but we know that part of that is about workload. And we know that a lot of colleagues, and perhaps the risk of being slightly stereotypical, maybe more female colleagues, are ensuring their longevity in the classroom by going more part-time. And so a number of colleagues that I work with who are like me, just turned 50 this year, but a number of colleagues kind of going into part-time to saying that they can't cope with the full-time job and more part-time. So for me, I'd always be on a few sidelines because I fell into examining by accident, then fell into writing because of the examining, and was always, certainly until about 5 years ago, kept the sidelines up out of a slight paranoia because you kind of worry about your full-time job or how you're perceived in the role, and you want something to fall back on in case you upset a senior manager and it all ends tomorrow. For probably 2015 to 2019, I was juggling these things. I was a full-time head of department, I was a principal examiner, I was writing various things. I managed time pretty well. There are tips about how I manage time. So if I mentioned this, I actually wrote a book at one point. If I mention that, I've got a copy of it with me. If I mention that, I forget things. It's my working memory. So there's a number of things going on. So in addition to all these kind of professional things in the air, I've got a kind of a dodgy hip, okay? My son has autism. I have a daughter doing A-levels. My dad was in kind of the later stages of dementia, and my wonderful and tired wife is kind of managing a lot of the rest of this while I juggle all these balls. And a sense of feeling a little bit unsettled, a sense of something's got to change here. This actually isn't right. This is not working. So I sent an email to my line manager, and so two of my colleagues in the college that I respected. And this is 1 month BC. This is February 2020, 1 month BC before COVID. And basically saying, I'm sensing there is a fork in the road. Either I do move up and I look to get some sort of assistant headship or head of sixth form, or I do something a little bit more scary. And a lot of things that were happening, the scary things were the things that were working. So when I did things for the exam board, or I did writing, and it's gone really well, or I spoke at something, thanks for doing that. And I wasn't necessarily getting that in the day job. So something was telling me maybe that's where the energies should go. So I moved into this period of what we call parallel planning. COVID started and we moved into this period of parallel planning where I was looking at assistant head or head of sixth form jobs, but also partly trying to sketch out what a business might look like. The job market during COVID, the first year, was actually very static, wasn't it? There was no one moved. It was like the traffic lights of the teacher recruitment had all gone on to red, and everyone waited for this madness to pass. So that was kind of where we were. We were at this stage of shall we say, parallel planning. Then started to take a few baby steps. So some reflections. What could I do? What sort of things am I good at? What's out there? What are other people doing? So looking at what people who are doing similar things to me or involved in my subject area, what are they doing? starting to join a few online groups, setting up a website, designing a website, having a few coaching type conversations with people where I say, this is what I'm thinking and what does that look like. So this is where I still teach before that there was briefly a scenario where I just jumped off the cliff completely and went full-time in the business. And my wife suggests, I won't repeat her exact words, but very sensibly, do you want to keep some part-time teaching? And that's a safety net. So that guarantees some income, but also keeps you grounded, because the moment you step out of the classroom completely, you start to get mad ideas and you start to tell teachers what to do. And so it keeps you grounded. There's been increased examining work, so I've been able, as well as my normal summer exam season, and there are exam seasons now, thankfully, but there are a number of organisations that offer exams in November sessions, in May sessions, so there's various things. There's writing happening. I've done a few things for the TES. I'm currently doing a textbook. There's bits of writing happening. But crucially, the website, there's online, not tutoring, more events than tutoring, and visits to schools happen, and there's something there about eggs and baskets and trying to get a few things going. So if this is something that may appeal to you, can I offer you a few brief tips? Tip number one is this: wait, stop, do nothing impulsively. Do not hand in your notice tomorrow. These things take time. And it may pass. It might just be this is how you feel about your current school, and actually a change of school is what you need, not a complete change of life and career. So stop, wait, see if it passes. If it doesn't pass, ask about what is your teacher shape. Now, I borrowed this from a guy called Rick Warren, who's a pastor of a big church in America, but I thought this applies for teachers. There's a chapter where I talk about teacher shape, and I don't know if I've told anyone this. So there's a chapter in there, but what are you good at? And what you're good at, and what you would be good at if you went into business, or if you did something else, or if you freelanced however many days a week. I think there's a number of things that go into that. Think about your setting. What is your school or college bringing out of you? There are certain qualities that where you are now, your school or college brings that out of you. And there might be other qualities that you've got that your school or college isn't bringing out of you. What's your setting? Your heart, what are you passionate about? It's great listening to other speakers and feeling their passion. They really care about the things they're speaking about. What is it that you're passionate about? It might be something in education. It might be something that's outside of education. What are you good at? There are all sorts of abilities that you have that other people don't have. You might have an eye for detail. You might have a kind of a sporting ability or an ability at music. But what are the things that you're good at? What are the parts of the job that you're good at? And what's your personality like? Are you an introvert? Are you an extrovert? Are your character traits? And then your experiences. What has life sent your way that you may not have asked for, but life sent that experience your way? And that's developed something in you. that you may or may not have asked for, but that will help you to be of use to other people. So there's a number of things there. Thinking about your teacher's shape. I love that quote from Phil Cook, actually. Go where you're celebrated, not just tolerated. How do you fit in your current institution? Do you feel you're celebrated? Do you fit in? Are there parts of your career where you fit in? So there's a number of different things that I looked at. I didn't explore tutoring, but there's examining, there's resource creation, there's writing, there's initial teacher training, there's conferences, there's visits, there's all manner of things that are kind of on the side of education that people get involved in. I've got colleagues who they teach art or design, and they have businesses that run alongside their teaching, or they've got photography. So there's a number of different things in there. Take your time. So don't do anything in a rush. I probably need 12 months between actually thinking like this is what I am going to do, and then it's actually happening. And that's time that you need. If you're a business, you'd have 2 or 3 away days where you sit down the table and you strategize. You might need that with yourself. Give yourself permission to go on long walks or to grab a coffee. What's out there? What are other people doing? Bottom line, how much are they charging for doing it? Okay. Make a rough plan. If you're running a department in school, you have a departmental plan. I had a 12-month what I want to do, 4 or 5 things I need to do, what I'm going to do, kind of a business plan. Give yourself some deadlines. Are there some baby steps you can take to test the water? I did that a little bit with some of the resource packs. If I make this, who's interested? And just before I jump off the cliff. Sort your time management. That's I won't mention it again. It's from that. Set your boundaries. Can you get some of your time? I will try and put one of these on Twitter and put a link to a Google version of it. But can you block out some time of your week or your weekend where you can sit and think about what to do next? So slow decisions, I think, are important. And finally, well, 2 finalies. Get a few baskets. So I think of my business. So I've got my teaching 2 days a week. It's actually 1 full day, 2 half days, but we won't worry about that. In terms of the business is in 5 baskets. That there are 5 things that potentially may or may not bring in money. And probably in the first year, I think 3, probably 4 of them have worked well. But you don't always know what's going to work well before it actually happens. So one of the things I've come to realise is I plan. I'm an obsessive planner. I plan in detail. I think I'm kind of quite regimented. But I've learned to be more flexible because as much as I plan, I can't control success. And sometimes things come in that just require me to be more flexible. So you have to plan, but you also have to be prepared to be flexible. And I don't think that those are necessarily opposites. Finally, seek out your critical friends. Okay? Sounds like Manisha's dad needs to be one of them. So find people that are willing to be honest with you. Okay, they're going to be very honest with you. They're discreet, because some of this were conversations I was having before I stepped down from my head of department role. They're able to be discreet. I'm able to be honest with them. They're intelligent. They know something about the area. And they care enough to tell me the truth. They care enough to tell me if I'm losing the plot. So seek those people out. Probably got 2 or 3 of them actually, one of which is the wonderful Mrs. Eyre. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. And if anyone wants to chat about anything during one of the breaks, I'm very happy to do that. So thank you very much.
That was ace, by the way. Really enjoyed that quality. Right, I think, yeah, really funny. And don't forget Chris's book as well. Alex, he didn't mention it. Alex in the staff room. Yeah, that was a mistake. Greg, I'm not sure what the situation for the lunch is, but I'm thinking we do that now if it's available. Still the applause I have. How pathetic is that?
It should be ready now. So
Yeah, so that's what we're going to do. Lunch till, I think we said 2, so 45 minutes, lunch, meet back here at 2. And obviously we've got Scott coming up, so don't want to miss that. Really good talk so far then. So cheers everyone, see you later. I think the lunch is through there somewhere, but I've no idea where. I think it's straight ahead. Where is it? No. Where coffee is.
Welcome back, everybody. Hello at home. We're back again with Your Voice 2022. We've still got some amazing speakers coming up this afternoon. We've got Dr. Claire Campbell coming up next, talking about therapeutic classrooms. We've then got, who have we got after that? We've got Scott Hughes coming up next. We've got Angela Huff coming up before Scott. And then we've got Tom Hopkins-Bird to finish off. There we go, got them in. So we've still got some amazing speakers coming up. All this will, of course, be available as a recording. We're also live audio streaming as well from the Teachers Talk Radio account. So if you like the podcasts, then you can listen back to this on later on your phone as well, just as an audio recording. And of course, welcome to everybody watching on in the Witherslack webinar as well, who signed up for this. The kind of webinar version. We've had lots of you watching from home during the course of the day. Delighted that the very kind, like all our speakers, the very kind Claire agreed to speak with us this afternoon. Claire's a head teacher in Manchester, and she's going to talk about therapeutic classrooms. Claire? Do you want that in there? Or do you want to? No. Yeah.
I'm too short. You'll be on my quick over in front of it. So hi, I'm Claire. I'm a head teacher in Salford, actually.
Oh,
Nearby, not a problem. So I've been teaching since 1999, and I've been a head teacher for 15 years. I can't believe how quick it's gone. I got my first headship when I was pregnant with my youngest son, who's now doing his GCSEs. So I've been head of 3 different schools, all in Salford. And my current school, I've been there for 10 years. And this is me. Every year I go on mission to Kenya with Mission Possible, my mission team, and we go to the slums of Dagoretti. And we teach in 2 schools and 2 children's homes. And I absolutely love it. So it's called Mission Possible. So a little plug for Mission Possible. We're always looking for teachers and educators to come with us. We've got a fantastic team of teachers, head teachers, teaching assistants, and we literally go out for a couple of weeks in May and we take loads of educational resources. And some of the educational resources that we're shipping out this year is furniture, because they're desperately in need. And I think it's time for the furniture in our schools in the UK to change, and I'm going to show you why. So, I did my doctorate in art therapy. It's an education doctorate that I did at Manchester University, and I did it on art therapy. And I've always loved art. I've just bored Scott Peasley, who went around the gallery and had a little walk around, and I just bored him about my knowledge about art and the paintings here. But I've always loved art, and I was a child that went through quite a lot of trauma. My mum died when I was 4, so I was raised by my gran, never met my dad, so it was just me and my gran. And I went through a lot of trauma as a child. My brother was kind of in and out of my life. He was 14 years older than me, and when my mum died, he went to live with my auntie, and I was really up. I went to live with my gran. But my brother's a very angry man. He's a very scary man. And yeah, for a lot of my childhood, I was in trauma. And it's funny that I didn't really recognise that until I became an adult and I started working with children. So I've always been drawn to work with children who are bereaved, children who are on free school meals like I was, children who are on the special needs register like I was. And I've always been drawn to work in areas of poverty because that's kind of where I grew up, working class. And raised by my gran on a pension, we didn't have a lot of money, so it's that's my background, and that's why I'm drawn to work with these beautiful children. So what I learned from doing my PhD in art therapy is that trauma can reduce our capacity for expression through movement, sound, enactment, image making, and play. And our job is to help people reclaim that capacity and manifest a full range of restorative expression and repetitive playfulness. and this is by one of my heroes, Kathy Malchiodi. And so I set up, in 2014, I set up at my school an art therapy studio because I did my first exclusion, and I thought as a head teacher, you know, you go to educate, you don't go to exclude. But there was a little girl who'd been bereaved, and she hadn't had access to the trauma and the grief counselling she needed, and she left us with nowhere to go. So her behaviour was so extreme, we were kind of left with nowhere to go. So I'd referred her to all the services, and it wasn't until she'd been out of my school, you know, she'd been excluded for 6 months, that we actually got the call saying, oh, we can take that child now, we can take that referral. And it was too late, you know, and sadly, the exclusion was actually probably a benefit to her because she was able to get the services she needed. But I swore that then I'd never let that happen again. And if we can't send our children to external services, we have to bring the services in. So we started doing a trauma-informed approach to learning. I shared this on my Twitter the other day, and I really love this, I think it's really clear. All of these are preschool skills. So the ability to self-soothe, self-regulate, build empathy, learn feelings, words, create trust, ask for help. And this is what we're expecting our preschool children. I've got a nursery, we have full-time nursery, so they join us from 3, and we're expecting them to be able to do all of these things. But I speak to head teachers at secondary level all the time. We send our children to about 5 different high schools. I speak to secondary head teachers all the time, and I ask them what it is that they want. The list is exactly the same. That's exactly what they need our children to be able to do when they go to year 6. They need them to be able to self-regulate, create trust with peers and adults, ask for help, organise a timetable, all of those things. So I thought that was really interesting. I love this quote. Again, be the reason that somebody feels welcomed, seen, heard, valued, loved and supported. And all of the voices that we've listened to today really bring that home. You know, people come into education for a reason. They come into education because they love working with children and they've got a gift to give. And I'm a Catholic educator, so my faith is really important to me, and my deep personal faith is that, you know, I'm here to serve. Like, I feel like God is creating me to do him some definite service. So I want to serve the community and the schools and the children that I work with. So, how did I get into therapeutic classrooms? I've told you a little bit about my school and the art therapy journey. But I went to a conference, just a head teachers conference, and it's all the same trade stands that you've always seen before. Fire safety and play equipment and reading books and all the rest. But one stand really stood out for me, and it was TPC therapy. And I saw the video of the most beautiful classroom I'd ever seen in my career. And it was absolutely gorgeous, you know, children, it's that classroom here. Children kind of sat by the fire, children being able to choose exactly how they want to study. If they want to sit on the floor with a blanket wrapped around them, if they're neurodiverse, they want to sit on something tactile or broken props. So which chair would you rather sit on as a child? Hard plastic chairs, sheepskin, tactile, plush, comfortable chairs. And I know we are sat on quite uncomfortable chairs today, sorry, my strap. But, you know, it does make you fidget. I was fidgeting like crazy at the back before. So, but we expect our children to sit on those chairs all day, every day, in and out of lessons. And as a teacher and a head teacher for 15 years, and as a primary school pupil back in the 80s, the furniture hasn't changed, but our children really have. And coming out of the pandemic, it's changed massively. So I met Shahana Knight, who's the creator of Therapies Classrooms, and she's the director of TPC Therapies. And she's trained play therapist, she's a mental health service provider, she works with, looks after children and care, children who've been adopted, fostering services, and she works with children that have been through trauma, and she knows, she understood, immediately we clicked, and we're on the same page. So I started writing about it. I wrote for the TES, which is how Tom got in touch with me. And I've also done a radio show for Teachers Talk Radio, interviewed by the lovely Nathan, and started to host our first guest last week with
And it was
Shahana.
really good.
Oh, thank you. It was lovely. It was lovely. Like, totally going to get that.
Listen to it.
I forgot to put the news on, and jingles, I didn't have the right headphones, it was terrible. But but the conversation was really important. And this is the faces of my children when they saw their Year 6 classroom being unveiled for the first time. So I'm going to show you some little before and after photos, but that's the live chat that we did for the leaders team and some work that I did on Twinkle as well. So I'm really excited about writing about creating therapeutic classrooms. But as you can see, I have my visual props here. What would you rather sit on as a child all day? And as a head teacher, I would just, if we needed new classroom chairs, I'd just look in the catalogue and pick a plastic chair because that's what we do. And it's like, why? Why do we do? If you do what you always did, you get what you always got. And actually, coming out of the pandemic, I would argue that all of our children have been through trauma. All of our children have had their choices taken away. And it's time for us now, this is the perfect time to change our learning environment to make them more trauma informed. So, this is not my school, this is one of Shahana's latest projects. As you can see, pretty standard, really colourful walls, really colourful, boring rectangular tables, boring, uncomfortable plastic chairs, but before and after.
Wow.
Where would you rather study? And, as an adult self, I did my master's while I was a working teacher, working full time. I did my PhD while I was a working teacher. I like to study either at my dining room table or sitting on the sofa, propped up by cushions, maybe under a blanket. Why do we expect our children to just study in the same classrooms that we had when we were that age? It's time for things to change. So again, this is just some examples of the room. It's so inviting, it's such an inviting learning space, and it's not difficult, and it's not expensive to do either. So, it's just about being brave enough to change what we always did.
Claire, can I ask a question?
Yeah.
Do they look after it?
Absolutely, yeah. So the first classroom that Shahana did was done in October 2021, and it still looks as perfect as it does on the pictures. It really does. I went to visit, so the journey I went on, I went to meet the head teacher, I went to the school, and I took my Year 6 teacher with me because I didn't want it to be done to her. I wanted it to be her to understand the reasons why we're making these changes. And actually, when she chatted to the teacher and saw, it's just a classroom. It's a classroom like any other. The teacher hasn't changed, the subject hasn't changed, the curriculum hasn't changed, but the choices for children have changed. So when you go through trauma, and I know as somebody who's been through trauma, all of your choices are taken away from you because somebody else is making the choices for you. During the pandemic, that happened to every single child in the UK. All of their choices were taken away. These classrooms allow children to have their choices back every single lesson. You can choose who they want to sit next to, you can choose where they want to sit. So this is before everybody gets the same diet. We're all facing the front because of COVID and not breathing on anybody. But white clean, wipeable tables, wipeable chairs. But look at how overloaded that classroom is. And as a neurodiverse child, so overloading. And classroom displays, who are they for? Who are they for? Are they for the children really? Are they for Ofsted? Are they for your senior leaders? Ask yourself who are they for. This will blow your mind. In trauma-informed classrooms, there are no displays. I know. It was still beautiful artwork by the children, but it's framed and it's curated, and it's the thinking behind it is if you wouldn't have it in your house, don't have it in your classroom. Because we want to create a home from home. And I know from doing the visits, I did loads of home visits during COVID. I was delivering food parcels, I was delivering clothing parcels, we were a food bank, I did marriage guidance counselling, I did financial support, I did debt management support for families, and visiting these homes. Some of our children do not have homes, nice secure homes. There's lots of children living in tiny flats with no green outdoor space at all. But we're a bit of a school of two hearts, so there were families that were living in, nice 3-bedroom houses and had lots of places to play. But for some of our children, the only nice home environment they might get will be your classroom. So this is before, and this is after. So just by putting dining tables in, by putting high bar stools, seating, taking everything off the window so that we can actually enjoy the beautiful grounds. I'm really lucky, we've got beautiful grounds at my school, but we can actually enjoy the garden by letting the light come in through the windows and taking off all that laminated crap that you don't need. So again, if you change the style of your desks, so those round desks are quite white cleanable, they can still clean them just as well as we always did. And the high bar stools, they're wide enough to fit in a 3-book on. You've still got plenty of space to work, but for our neurodiverse children who get really distracted by what's going on inside the classroom, facing out into the garden is really good for them. And actually, the children can choose where they want to sit, who they want to sit next to. They know what lesson's coming up next. So if it's, for example, an art lesson, we do that in the hall now, on the white clean table. But if we're doing like an RE lesson where they want to collaborate, they might want to sit at bistro style tables, they might want to sit at the dining tables. But if they've got something where they've really got to study and focus, like a extended writing lesson, they might want to sit on their own. And this classroom gives them that ability and gives them the choices and treats them how we want them to be treated. So, although they're completely stripped back, there are minimal displays, we've always got a photo wall in each classroom, so each child is in the room, they can see themselves in the room. And like I said before, the idea is it's a home from home. If you wouldn't have it at home, don't have it in your classroom. So that's what it looks like now. And for me, it's like the blinkers have come off. So once you see it, you can't unsee it, and I can never go back now. It's really jarring to me when I go into the classroom that it doesn't look like this, because I think our children deserve better. So why wouldn't we want the very best for our children? And why wouldn't the right time be now, after we've all come out of a trauma? And environments that can help children to calm them down, help them to self-regulate. We have seen a difference. I'm standing up here and telling you we've had this in place now, and we are seeing less children go into crisis. We're seeing calm, purposeful learning environments. Coming out of the pandemic, we were having lots of school refusers, having lots of children go into meltdown. Previously, we've never gone into meltdown before, and this is helping them to get back into that learning that we want them to do, and that's what our children deserve. So again, that's another picture of our classroom, and we do have framed artwork on the walls now, and that's one of the space set up. So this is another classroom that Shahana's just changed. That's before and after, and you can see it on her website. Just things like this, like a little Lego therapy. It's a standard water tray, but actually using this with our year ones, or using it in a therapeutic room for children with special needs. Just repurposing the furniture that we might already have in our schools to make it more therapeutic. Some of the angle there, that's a book corner. Again, children choosing, they can go and work on and sit on a sofa and work in comfort with a blanket around them if that's what they need, at that particular time. And soft lighting. So again, there's another example of one of her classrooms. And then that's another example there. So that's how to get in touch with us. So if you would like to, at Claire Campbell 7 on Twitter. Shahana is at Shahana_TPC, and TPC Therapy, her company, is at TPC_therapy. And you can find us on Twitter and find out more about it. So I'm having 2 classrooms done in October half-term, and I will bombard you all on Twitter with all the lovely photos before I have the photos. Thank you.
Thank you, Claire. Right, I'm going to invite, hopefully, Angela to come forward. We'll look, and I think you sent me your
Yes, you have. Oh, two. Which one's possible? There you go. So everybody watching online, do a little introduction in a second. Hang on. Greg, is that okay on the webinar? Yeah. Okay, John, quick introduction. Thank you very much, Angela, for coming and talking in this event, because I know you're incredibly busy and it's a Saturday, so thank you ever so much. Academic resilience and how this relates to, is that how you pronounce that, ACEs?
Yes, ACEs.
Okay, I'm going to let you dig into that now. Thank you very much, Angela.
Thank you.
Oh, she doesn't get a free clap. No one got a free clap. It's brilliant.
So thank you for coming and listening to my talk. So today, we're going to have a look at academic resilience and how this does relate to adverse childhood experiences, ACEs for short. So a little bit about myself. My current role is as a therapist working within higher education. So managing common mental health difficulties within higher education setting. Previous to that, I've worked within statutory services, and then prior to that as well, I've worked within health, drug and alcohol services, but also social services. So a big history of working with people who have overcome adversity. So my special interest, I suppose, and my kind of motivation is around sort of resilience and how we develop that. Okay, so a quick overview. We're going to have a look at resilience and the research around that and how that's going to shift in focus. We're going to look at some misconceptions around resilience. We're going to look at a model of resilience. So there's a variety of models around resilience, but we're going to focus on one which I think really illustrates what resilience is. We're going to have a look at academic resilience and how that differs from what we would, I guess, see resilience as in a more general sense. Then we're going to have a look at adverse childhood experiences. I'm aware that lots of educators have experience in training around this area, but this is going to focus a little bit of critique on what adverse childhood experiences are. And then finally, we're going to have a look at how ACEs relate to academic resilience. Okay. So if we're going to have a look at resilience in research, we can see that past research has focused on selective processing of negative emotional information. So we've got a picture here of children who were sort of uprooted during the Second World War and then having to go and live with people they didn't know, dealing with the effects of war. And that was really when the first kind of research went into around what resilience was. And it was very much focused on the negative effects of kind of, I guess, life experiences, so like Claire touched on earlier, the trauma around the things that we kind of experience. More kind of contemporary research is around the possible role of positive emotion as a protective factor. So within positive psychology, we're looking at sort of, I guess, mitigations to managing trauma, and we've got here Malala, who, as we know, has gone through some significant trauma and come out of it the other side. And as we all know, working within education, we've all got those students who we might think they've come from difficult backgrounds, difficult starts in life, but they've come through and they've absolutely achieved and gone above and beyond what any of us would have imagined for them. So, common misconceptions around resilience. So we've got John McLean here, and I use this one because I think a real common misconception, I think working as a therapist, that I sort of understand with resilience is that it's something we go through trauma, we go through something difficult, and there isn't a reaction. We're able to just overcome it without any sort of upset, period of low mood, symptoms of anxiety, and that is absolutely not what resilience is. Resilience is experiencing all these emotions which absolutely should be normalised, but then coming out the other end of it. Another common misconception around resilience is, I suppose, you're either born with it or you're not born with it. So unlike personality traits, which tend to be something that we stick with throughout our life, resilience is not something that's static and stable. It can change throughout our life. We can have older adults learn resilient techniques, and right from an early age we can kind of develop those within children. And then the last one I'm going to look at is around kind of one type of resilience. So we all have an understanding of what resilience might be, an ability to overcome obstacles, but there isn't just one type of resilience. Resilience is very much kind of context specific, domain specific, and time specific. So why is that important? Why is resilience important? So I've got a quote here by Abioli and Udiofe, who suggests that resilience is associated with increased quality of life, well-being and functional capacity in times of adversity. So with that in mind, we can understand why there is so much interest in resilience and how we can develop that within our students. So we're going to look at this model of resilience by Richardson. So as I said earlier, there are many different models. Resilience is something which is still being kind of understood within psychology, but I particularly like this model because I think it really highlights how sort of adversity and how we integrate students after following adversity is absolutely key. So if we start by looking at the circle there, the biopsychospiritual homeostasis, that's our state of soothe. We call that within kind of therapy, we're in state of soothe, we're calm, we don't particularly feel overly happy or feeling kind of sad, we're just in a state of soothe. So then we have our disruption. What we'll use, I think, to describe this model, we'll use kind of an example of a student maybe who's gone through a period of maybe being bullied at school. So the disruption there is the episode of bullying, and then we go into the reintegration. So this is the part where the student will use those resilience skills. So depending on kind of the support they might have access, they might have had a trusted adult who's guided them through some of these difficulties, they might have access some sort of counselling, they might have had some kind of mediation between themselves and the other student. Depending on what's going on there, we've got 4 areas where the student can move into there. So we've got the first one at the bottom there, we've got dysfunctional reintegration. So this might be a student who has come out of the episode and is refusing school, doesn't want to go back to school, isn't interested in school, maybe showing sort of certain behaviours within the classroom. And then we've got some reintegration with loss. So we've got a student who might be kind of back and back in the classroom and studying again. You can see there's a lack of confidence, there's something that's kind of lost there. Then we've got the reintegration back with homeostasis. So this is, I guess, the baseline. This is what we expect for most students. And what we do want to, I suppose, achieve is a resilient reintegration. So we want the students to come back with a learned kind of experience from this. So to know that they have experienced this adversity, but they've come back and they've learned from it. So should, for instance, they go on to further work in life, they might experience something similar, but they'll know how to manage their emotions and who to go to for help. Okay, so we're going to look at the reintegration factors. So we've got a range of these here. So we've got confidence, so having feelings of competence, effectiveness in coping with stressful situations. We've got some social support, so building good relationships with others, and seeking support can help individuals overcome adverse situations. We've got adaptability, so flexibility and adapting to changing situations beyond our control is really important. And then some purposefulness, so having a clear sense of purpose, clear values and a direction to help individuals achieve this. So the takeaway here is when the student goes through the trauma or the difficult situation, we want to be able to kind of support them accessing this range of kind of support. So academic resilience, how is this different? How is this different from our general understanding of resilience? So the ability to tackle significant and adverse challenges that can negatively affect a student's academic progress. So this is a good description of what academic resilience might be, but as I said earlier, it's kind of a work in progress within psychology. So if we have a look here, we know that academic resilience is domain and time specific. So we might have somebody, for instance, who is incredibly resilient. So for instance, they may not mind public speaking, they may sort of, go into that without any sort of fears or worries. And then they might be absolutely kind of terrified of maybe taking a driving test or taking driving lessons. So it differs between kind of different areas and different contexts. We know that academic resilience is a hot topic within psychology at the moment, and the development of research within this is ongoing. So we recently had the AARS scale, which is the academic resilience scale, which can help us measure levels of academic resilience within our students. As I mentioned before, there is an unclear definition, there's a range of definitions, but the research around that is ongoing. We also know that academic resilience is related to individual responsibility, so our beliefs. So for instance, we might have a student who maybe fails an exam and they might be thinking, well, I don't like the teacher, the topic's too hard, it's something I'm not interested in, it's a bit boring. Whereas you might have another student who thinks, actually, I didn't revise, I didn't actually go to the classes. So there is something around kind of individual responsibility or our beliefs about ourselves within academic resilience. So we know that the growth mindset theory can also help us frame our perspective and model academic resilience by sharing with students examples of mistakes we've made. So I think within the classroom, as people working within education, it's really important to develop those relationships. I know the key phrase is relationships. But having that kind of safe disclosure with students and saying, well, I found this difficult, or I've struggled with this in the past and this is what I did. So modelling that kind of way we manage problems and overcoming them is really important. So we've got here an ABC model of resilience and the impacts of adversity. So I suppose this is a good way to sort of understand your own resilience levels and understand what your go-to is or what your beliefs are around certain situations. So if you think about an adversity now, let's just pick one which isn't particularly kind of traumatic. So if you imagine that you've called a friend, a really good friend, and they've not called you back, and you rang them again, or you text them, and they haven't called you back, we form a belief, we form kind of thoughts around this. So just take a moment to have a think about what your go-to is with that, what you might be thinking. And some people think, have I done something wrong? Is it me? Are they angry with me? And the consequences of this are symptoms of anxiety, crying, maybe some nervousness. What we know about resilience is that the belief around kind of the worry and the adversity are very different. They're around kind of problem solving and overcoming that, and probably less around kind of themselves. Okay. So I'm not going to kind of go into lots of detail about adverse childhood experiences because I'm aware that lots of educators will have had training around this. So we know that the seminal study by Flitti in 1998 looked at adverse childhood experiences, or ACEs, as potentially traumatic events that occur in childhood. So we've got things like violence, neglect, abuse, family death by suicide, violence in the community, and it also includes lots of other kind of factors such as substance use problems, mental health problems, parental separation, household members being in jail or prison. It's not an exhaustive list. We do know that as each kind of year goes on, there's more and more added to the ACEs kind of list of difficulties. We know that ACEs are linked to chronic health problems, mental illness, substance use problems in adolescence and adulthood, and we know that they can negatively impact education and job opportunities. However, the research suggests that ACEs can be prevented. So that's the research around kind of ACEs in a very, very brief overview. In terms of the criticism, I mean, myself, I work with lots of students who have come from difficult backgrounds, rather like Claire there, she mentioned earlier, from poverty, from disadvantaged backgrounds, and they do thrive, they achieve. And one of the main criticisms is that the biomedical focus might lead to the importance of socio-economic conditions being overlooked. So we know some of those things that I talked about earlier, some of the ACEs could all be bunched together under poverty, and that's something that's not recognised within ACEs, that poverty is a key factor. It would be a little bit like, say, for instance, everybody driving in the UK without seatbelts, and then us just treating the injuries in the hospital and not thinking, well, actually, should we use seatbelts and mitigate those factors? So we've got there some stigmatisation and labelling and individualisation. We've got to be wary of not allowing a situation to develop where children, families and communities constructed as both the cause and the solution to complex social problems. And my aim and kind of my work is around sort of changing that narrative. So instead of starting with a deficit model like we talked about at the very start, where we looked at the difficulties caused by trauma, so within the children within Second World War who were carted off, we want to really focus on the hopeful position that recognises children's strengths and rights and agency. So what can we do as educators to build resilience? So there's loads of resources out there. Boing Boing, a website that specialises in this, is really, really helpful. And they have so much information about how we can apply that in the classroom, really practical information. So some of those we're just going to have a quick look through. So we've got safe spaces, so quiet, safe spaces for pupils who wish to retreat from a busy school life. So as we looked at before, the classroom setup, the environment is really key. Making sure disadvantaged pupils actually access activities, hobbies, sports, so it's not all kind of around achievement all the time. We can have art for art's sake. Help to map out a sense of future, so hope and aspirations and developing life skills, so a sense of purposeness. Capacity to help with basics such as food, clothing, transport, housing. We can help to develop and practice problem-solving approaches at every opportunity, because children learn by modern behaviour from close peers and adults. We want help for people to calm down and manage their feelings. Opportunities for all staff, pupils and parents to learn about resilience and what resilience looks like. And then staff to treat each other with care and respect, and modelling the behaviour that they expect from students, because we know that within education settings, so it's a very, very stressful and difficult job, but modelling that kind of kind, caring and compassionate behaviour is really key for children. So I'm just going to finish with a final thought from Maya Angelou. So she says that, I'm not sure if resilience is ever achieved alone. So experience allows us to learn from example, but we have someone who loves us, and she doesn't even indulge in us, but who loves us enough to be on our side. Then it's easier to grow resilience, to grow belief in self, and to grow self-esteem. And it's self-esteem that allows a person to stand up. Thank you.
We've had such good talks today. It's been fantastic. I know we've got Scott coming up next, and also Tom HP. So toilet break, and then we'll be back in 2 minutes. Everyone happy with 2 minutes? Yes.
Angela, that was really good. Really enjoyed that. Learned a lot there myself. So. And Claire as well, both of you.
Right, less than that. Few minutes.
No, I did not even talk.
Oh, no problem. Yeah, no problem. Okay, people at home, we've now got our last two speakers, starting with Scott Hughley, the man himself, talking about starting with scaffolding.
Thank you very much. Hi everyone. So obviously today we're talking about scaffolding, and I think it's one of the things that we're seeing more and more in the classroom, that we're really pushing scaffolding as a way of supporting students. We're also seeing this change in attitudes towards differentiation. Some people don't understand, are we still doing differentiation? Has scaffolding replaced this differentiation? Is it a new thing? So the first thing I think about is, well, actually, differentiation or scaffolding, what are they? What's the purpose of doing them? Before we talk about scaffolding, we need to know, well, why do we do it? So thinking about it then, for differentiation or scaffolding, I think differentiation used to be a massive push 10 years ago. Everything had to be on a different coloured sheet. You had lots of different sheets, worksheets for everything, every single different class. You taught a whole year group, you have about 40 different sheets just to teach exactly the same thing to all these different kids. And with that, there's been a SEND review since then that looked at the needs of children, looked at how we support those needs. And within that review, we've had the SEND Code of Practice in 2015, we've also had the SEND review that happened in 2022. How many times in all that research, all that policy, do we think that differentiation has actually been mentioned? How many times has the word differentiation has actually come up in both of those policies? Any idea? With it being really important? 20. Any advances on 20?
5.
Oh, 5. Oh, we're going under, right? In fact, once, in both of those policies, really hefty policies that support our students with a range of different needs, they only actually mentioned differentiation once, which tells us there's been quite a bit of a change. In fact, when it talks about differentiation, it mentions, I'm not going to read this on the board, this idea that once a student's needs cannot be met through your usual high-quality teaching practice, then students that need additional support to succeed will require some sort of differentiation. So it's not a case that differentiation has been replaced by scaffolding. Scaffolding is just, let's support all children in the classroom to do well. Let's teach to a high quality level, support our students. We will still have some students that will struggle, that still will struggle to meet the outcomes that they need to get to. And that's when the differentiation comes in. This is part of the graduated response. Let's support those students moving forward. So if that's the case then, how many times do we think scaffolding, and to use the term high quality teaching or use the term high quality an awful lot when they're talking about scaffolding, it tends to replace the word scaffolding. What they mean is scaffolding. How often do you think that word gets mentioned between those two documents? Any idea? We're going for more or less, higher or lower. I love this game. Higher or lower? Higher. So we're higher than differentiation. Any idea of numbers? What do you think? 30. Oh. A doctor reckons 30, right? Highly educated, guess of 30. My days. Right, 30 times, well done. Teacher thought we were a mug. Yeah, there's a pile of them in the back somewhere. Some lodge actually keeps a pile under his bed, so there we go, right? So 30 times, now there's a big focus on high quality teaching. It's not replaced differentiation anymore, but we're being more realistic by the way we teach should support all the children in our classroom. And for some of those children that support still isn't enough, then we use differentiation. So it's not a case of differentiation has gone. Actually, differentiation is now being used for its original purpose. It's for kids with special educational needs. There was never a classroom full of special education needs, yet we would be made as professionals to actually differentiate every single last thing to the higher ability, lower ability, middle ability in every single class. And we don't need to do that anymore. It's much more sensible. We can support all the kids with our best practice, and then we can really focus on those students that actually need that additional support and put that in place. Okay? So, thinking about this then, I've tried to come up with some practical things that we can do in our lessons as a way of supporting students through scaffolding. A lot of my work previously across trust, a lot of my work in terms of departmental improvements has just gone into popping into different departments and saying, what are the sort of incremental gains we can make? How can we make things better? A lot of my practice is to be really inclusive. I try to make sure that as many students as possible are being supported within our general day-to-day teaching practice. So think about this, one of the first things that I tend to look at with any department is I say, let's have a department, let's take a couple of lessons, let's do a couple of learning cycles, let's go through what we teach on a day-to-day basis. And teachers always get needed when it comes to lesson observations. They pull out the best lessons and see what's going on, the ones around, you're enjoying this, trying to read what you're reading. Most of the time, observers could not give two hoots what you are doing. They couldn't really care what the teacher is doing. What they do care about, though, is what the students are learning. I think it's a big shift, looking at what the students are doing and are they understanding. So often when I'll be sitting next to students, I will say, what are we doing? Do you know how to do that? More importantly though, how long does your answer need to be? And there's a big difference here when it comes to questioning between verbal questioning, what you might ask the students in terms of supporting students with ADHD, I'm not going to mention that term, but in terms of supporting those students, you might come in and say, why do you think this? How? Why is that important? What do you think? And all of those questions targeted around the classroom will start making students feel safe. They'll start getting them spreading ideas and they'll think, ooh, I think that as well. And they'll start to form their own opinions. And that is great. Look at the written questions on the board though. What's right or wrong with these questions? Think about your student sitting there, you're not a teacher, your student who's sitting in the classroom and quite straightforward questions. If I asked you all these verbally, you'd all be able to give me a really good answer, you'd be able to share your thoughts. But as a written response, what do you think is wrong with those questions? Less wrong, what do you think is not right with those questions? Any idea?
Is it too closed?
Too closed?
You don't know how to be successful answering the question.
You don't know how to be successful? If I say to you, what happened in this image, and you are an absolute swot, you've pushed you to do really well for primary school, you want to impress the teacher, you're there with your nice pencil case, all your brand new pencils in your mum's bought, you've got highlighters in there, everything, you're like, oh yes, I'm going to impress, and off you go, answering the question, what's happened in this image. You've wrote 2 or 3 pages, the most amazing handwriting, and the kid next to it has put earthquake. Are either one of those answers wrong? No. What we've done is actually we've asked a question away that's not supporting all the students to actually do the best. We've not actually told the students what we want them to do. It's way too open. In terms of second one, well, why has it happened? Once again, we support earthquake. He or she is not wrong. Someone can go through the full how an earthquake happens, layers of the earth, everything like that. And actually, you've not supported the students, say either they are right or they are wrong. You're not supporting them through your questioning to get exactly what you want. You are not getting the best out of those students. How might this impact people? People die. Someone else tell me all about the economics of the country, how things have changed. Once again, not different. So when we use the words what and why and how and who, all the things we generally get taught in teacher training, actually, when you ask them verbally, you'll get some really good answers from the students. It will start to stem the idea that flows into your lesson. It will start to get students engaged. Well, none of the questions I do though is for written response, give any structure at all to students of what they need to write. How many points they need to do, how long does answer need to be, what you need to include. So straight away through our questioning, what we're doing is we're disadvantaging our low ability students and students with SEND straight away because they are not aware at all of our structure. And this is one of the things we see time and time again. The questions seem simple, they seem straightforward. But if I haven't looked at a student's book, I've got a high ability student's book, the most amazing, like pages of writing, smelly pen, and it smelled like strawberries and things like that. They'll all be highlighted, looking fantastic. Another student, low ability student who's looked at that answer, got an answer they want to do, and they're just going to write it down. Actually, due to our lack of scaffold questions, we've just let that student down, we've not pushed them and moved them forward. So a little change to these questions here, not really asking the students anything different. But what we're saying is, I want to name the natural hazard. I know how to name. And one of the easiest ways to do this, one of the easiest ways I've found to do this, is when you look at the specification for your subject, they come with command terms. And as part of the GCSEs, you'll go, well, for name, you need to do this, or for explain, you need to do that. At Key Stage 3, for some reason, we seem to completely forget that. And what we're doing is we're taking the structure away that helps those GCSE students. We're taking that away from students that are left further down in their learning journey, but actually the students that need the most support, the most scaffolding, are those students further down. So think about the language that we're using. Are we asking to describe? Get the students to describe what does that mean. And if you're really brave, you might say, right, this is how you describe. They'll stand at the front and go, describe me. And the kids will abuse you. They will tell you all sorts of things you don't want to know. Miss, you've got a beard. Thank you very much, right? We get students used to using those command terms, because what that does is it structures what the students want. They know how to succeed. Have you explained 2 points? The students know exactly how much they need to write. Because one of the scariest things that we can actually give to a child, and one of the scariest things that a child can see, it's not Tom Rogers, by the way, for a second, is actually, what do you think one of the scariest things that you can just give to a child? Here's a piece of paper, answer that question. One of the scariest things for anyone to do is put the pen to paper and start writing an answer when they're not sure exactly what they need to do. And we're talking about kids. I know when I was doing my December qualification, and they go, right, I want you to write this essay. Right, okay, yeah, I'm just going on Twitter and see if anyone else has done one of those. I'm going to ask my friends if they've done one as well. As soon as I've seen an example, I feel confident and I know what I'm doing. But me as an adult, I usually say loosely, will struggle to get one piece of paper in front of me and actually write their response. So we can support children with that. And one of the ways we can make that easier is by using things like a writing frame to support answers. Once again, none of this is groundbreaking. You'll look at me thinking, yes, I know this. But I want you to look at it and think, do I do that all the time? Because most of the time people go, yeah, I do that. And you go for lessons and you don't. And we need to do it consistently. So, looking at a way that I think I see on a very, very regular basis. Scaffold answers. One good point is, this is good because. One bad point is, this is bad because. Overall, this is good or bad because. See this, I don't know how many times, repeatedly seeing this all the time. We think, oh, this is really, really good practice. But is it? Is that, once again, really telling the students what they need to do? Is it giving them examples? Is it showing what length of writing they need to do? Or actually, you're giving them a really, really basic structure to their answer that once you put one good thing is makes money. This is good because people are rich. Another child's going to make absolutely tons. Are we really actually supporting their answers by doing this? Or is this a bit too basic? Just something to think about. For me, one of the things that I like to do actually is, if I'm going to say to a student, I want you to do this, I might start off with something similar to this, but actually, I'll do the first one for them. I'd say, one good point is, I put my facts and figures in, I develop my point, I show the students how it is done. You will get a much better response to the second point after they've got the model for the first point, because they know what they're doing, they know what depth they need to go into to get those marks. It might seem something like it's really, really simple, but actually, we expect students to know things a lot of the time. They haven't been taught, or like me, they slept read and they forgot. So think about scaffold answers in that a little bit more detail. Think about if a student's going to self-regulate, they need to know how it's done first. Don't put the basic there and try and build the students up. You show them this is exactly what I want, and then take that away, and then students can then replicate that, they can self-regulate as they move forward. There are lots of different ways of doing this, tons of different ways, okay? 3 of my personal favourites, you might have personal favourites of your own, these are 3 of mine. Structure strips, I really like, because it gives students that idea of self-regulating, that they can refer back to the structure, they can write their answer, have I done that? Yes, I can either colour code it or I can tick it off as I go along. Success criteria work in a very, very similar way. If I include that in my answer, let's just tick it off. Because one of the things teachers will do is they'll go, right, I want you to do this, 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 off you go. And they set the kids off, and the second the kids start working, teachers do not shut up. The kids will be working and trying to remember all the things you've said, and they'll go, yeah, you've done, oh my God, you've done this, isn't that fantastic? Oh, spoke to your mum, is he doing really well in class? And the rest of the kids that are trying to focus and remember all the things you've said, that's gone because they're too busy listening to all the things you're talking over them about. And then you get to the end and you go, have you done these things? And you go, oh, I forgot that. And then we get annoyed because they've forgotten. I've told you that, but you're not listening. Yeah, you weren't listening. You were listening to every other thing you've said along the way, trying to be good students. You can't hold all that information. So let's keep it basic, let's keep it really clear, let's keep following up with the students and follow that step by step. These work really well if we actually model it, as I before, show students this is what a really, really good answer looks like. And for some of us, actually, this can be a bit of a cognitive overload. You can fall to the student and you go, that is an awful lot of information in one go. And the way to really, really break that down, and you can call this different bits and pieces, and name all sorts of different things, right? It's called it, keep it in it, develop it. Go and spend the time with your students going through an answer. Let's highlight the bits that are really, really good. Which bits are we going to keep? Why are we going to keep them? Get the students to understand your thought process. Which bits do we think they've wrote that, and it's no use whatsoever? And you'll find there's an awful lot, particularly year 7s, I'm afraid. When you first come up from year 7, from year 6 into year 7, and you go, yeah, I want to write this answer, I want you to explain. And year 7s think they can explain it. Year 7s cannot explain it. Year 7s are really good at practice. Just so you can remember, it's really interesting to do, like loads and loads and loads, and I think that's amazing. And actually, one of the things that we need to do, particularly at secondary, is unpick that and go back to what is explaining, give your point, and develop it. Most of the time, students need to write less, it's just more focused. But if you don't actually spend the time to go through, this is how you formulate a really strong answer, this is how you take out the bits you don't need, this is how you develop your points fully. Your students will never be able to do it because you have never taught them how to do it. You're just expecting them to know. Or you're expecting other teachers to do it, and actually, they're probably expecting you to do it, and they don't want to do that. Okay? So, final bits then, in terms of scaffolding, is top tip with scaffolding is to take it down and store it for later. Once you've got a really good model answer in your book, in the student's book, you can always go, right, now doing an assess question again, have a look back at the last time you've done an assess question. You've got a model answer there, yes, it's a different question, but it's the same structure. Look back and self-regulate. We're giving students the skills to be able to do it themselves. And that's scaffolding. Take it down, keep it in your back pocket. The second you need it again, whip it back out. Okay? It's there to support students to do well. It doesn't mean take it down as soon as they know what to do and put it away, throw it away, and never see it again. It's there to keep supporting students as they go through their learning journey. And I'd say that's one of the most important things, to support students as they go along, but really think about, if I was sitting in that chair, in that classroom, and those instructions came on the board, would I know exactly what to do? Or just be doing it because I know if I go home and come home from the teacher to not the right thing, I'm going to get told off. Compliance does not mean that students are learning, so let's try and make it so students are supported to do their best. Okay? Any questions?
Questions?
Hit me with it, go on.
As you said, I agree with it. I mean, yeah. Question, just that I agree with everything you said.
Thank you very much. Right. So
that's it.
we've got our last speaker now. Last but not least is Tom. Getting ahead as an ECT. Right, hang on a second. Yeah. I bet you rounded it as well.
Yeah, you're right. It's in the TD outcomes.
Amazing. Right. Right, Tom is an amazing guy, everyone. If you don't know who Tom is, this guy, top guy. And he's also very sick today. And he's still come to do this presentation.
Checks the house.
There we go. Over to you, mate.
Lovely. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for coming. First of all, a big thank you to Teachers Talk Radio and to Slack Group for putting on your voice today. It's the first time we've ever done this, and I'm sure we're going to training. I'm going to be talking about how we help our ECTs get ahead in their first 2 years of their because for over a year now, we've now got ECT 1s and ECT 2s, ECT NQTs and RQTs. And it's changed a little bit, and I just wanted to share the things that I've done in my settings towards our ECTs, especially when they've gone from being a trainee in the very late stages into ECT 1 and thinking about the key differences and key tips as well. About me, I am a teacher of history and a subject lead for politics in at the 19 Academy in Nottinghamshire. I'm also the school's literacy coordinator since the start of this year, and I'm doing NPQLL. It's the first time that ambition has grown in our trust, so I'm one of the guinea pigs, so to speak. Like everybody here who's been a teacher, I was once upon a time a first and second year teacher, and some of us it's longer ago than others, but we all remember some of the highs, some of the lows, some of the triumphs, and some of the disasters. And I just wanted to basically say to all of the ECTs watching online and our stream, if I could go back in time and give myself some advice, I just wanted to go through what I would be saying and what I am saying to the ECTs who I come across in our setting and elsewhere at the moment. The first thing I want to do is talk about strong starts. For anybody in any walk of life, whether you are a teacher or whether you're Prime Minister, the first few weeks can be very, very scary. You are still finding your feet. So the thing which I say to all new teachers is routines are so essential, whether you're starting out or whether you are later on in your career. But whenever you start in September, getting those routines are essential. And if you're a new teacher and you're in a new school, you might think, I've got these routines which I developed as a trainee in my old setting, and now I'm in a new school, I'm going to stick with those. Sometimes it works, but a lot of the time it doesn't. And the reason why is because you may be going into an inconsistent path with your new setting and your new school. So it's important to find routines which are in line with your new school and the way your school does things. And it's really important that even if you don't agree with your new school systems for whatever reason, you need to follow them. It is for the benefit of the kids. And you might have personal misgivings. I'm going to say, you have personal misgivings, but you need to follow the school systems. Consistency is key. And if you have different systems in your classroom to every other teacher in that school, there's going to be some problems. The biggest piece of advice I was ever given, which has made such a difference to my teaching, is about front-loading instructions and front-loading the means of participation. How many times as a new teacher did I ask a question the kids shouted out? By putting your hands up, you can tell me, blah, blah, blah. But how do you want the kids to respond to a question? How do you want the kids to do a task? Put it right at the start of your instructions and it will make a massive, massive difference. I observe a lot of trainees, I observe ECTs as well, and the lack of clarity in the explanations of either something which is being learned or a task which is about to be done, that one simple thing can make a big, big difference. And I can't remember who came up with this phrase, but it's about being consistent, consistent, and persistent. It can be a bit of a pain. And when you're not feeling 100%, it's easy to let things slip, but actually following through is so important. And two other things which were shared with me from Teach Like a Champion is the idea of releasing invasive intervention and narrating the positive. Ways of ensuring that kids are put back on task without directly challenging them in front of other people. So doing it in a way which is like proximal praise and saying, oh, such and such is working really, really well over here. And, oh, I've got the whole back row to take, let's see which row is going to be next. And doing things like that, rather than directly challenging kids in the first instance, makes a massive, massive difference. And it leads to this question, how do you build those relationships with kids? Because advice which experienced teachers give to new teachers is, oh yes, build those relationships, but much more rarely do they say how. And it comes down to being friendly but not afraid. And too often I see new teachers, I was one of them, who go a bit too far, who be too interactive and be too friendly with the kids. And it's important to maintain that professional distance and be friendly with them and get to find out about them and find out what makes them tick. But don't be their friend. It's about making the most of your time on duty when you're doing your statutory duties. Don't just stand there and don't just watch the kids go by, but talk to as many of them as you can. Learn names. Find out what interests them. And always say good morning, always say good afternoon. If you work in a school where you hear good morning or good afternoon hundreds, if not thousands of times a day, that's a great school to work in. Because it's about that respect and that two-way respect between the teachers and the kids. Another thing which I think makes a massive difference with new teachers is about making early contact home, neutral early contact home. If you've got a key kid in your class who you might be worried about later down in life for whatever reason, make that contact home early. Whenever I get my GCSE, my A-level class visits at the start of September, I always draft an email saying who I am, what we're going to learn over the course of the year, and how to get in contact if there's any issues. That means if there is an issue 2 or 3 weeks down the line, I've made that early contact and the first impression is not a negative one. And it's about a teacher wanting to help, and that from the very, very start. And listen to them, show them you care, and catch them being good. It's a nice little phrase. If you've got a kid who's naughty for whatever reason, then actually if you find them doing something good, then it can make a big difference. And it's about building that positive relationship. But the top tip is names. There's 1,600 kids in the school I work at. I've just started my 4th year there. If you exclude year 7, I'd say I'll probably know 80% of the names of the kids by now. And I haven't taught 80% of the kids. But knowing their names makes those duties make the unstructured time much, much easier. And that is what makes a big difference. And when you join a new school, it's so much more difficult because you've got to learn all the names of these names. So learning names is the top tip I would give for relationship building with new teachers. And another question I get asked is, how on earth do you keep on top of planning? Because you're a new teacher, you've joined a new school, and you've got however many classes you've got. From a secondary school perspective, when I started as a first year teacher, I taught year 7, 8, 9, 10, 12 and 13. And I taught 2 different subjects. I taught history and taught Irish. And in a given week, I would have to plan 9 or 10 different lessons for the kids I taught. Now, Ofsted is really, really, really clear on this, that in your classes, you should not be creating different tasks for different students based on priority. Now, there's been a big spat on edgy Twitter in the last 24 hours or so, with different edgy celebrities saying, oh, differentiation is a poison and it should be eradicated. And other people coming back and saying, well, actually, maybe that's gone a bit too far. What we're saying here, what Ofsted is saying is, if you work in a school that tells you that every single lesson you need to be taking 3 or 4 different tasks for students based on how they've done in the past, run, and don't go back. Because that's not the school for you, that's just out so much more work there. I always say planning sequences. Planning sequences is really important. If I'm teaching history and I'm teaching the Norman Conquest, I want to try and plan lesson 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 as close together as possible. I might block out time for that. And yes, in the short term, it's going to be a pain, but in the long term, you've got 4 weeks where you don't have to necessarily think as much about the planning for that lesson. Try and work in a school with centralised resources. It's a big thing. And if you don't work in a school with centralised resources, ask. Ask teachers, oh, I saw that looks really good. Could I possibly use that as well? And if they say no, then say, well, I can give you this in return. But ideally, you want to be working in a school with centralised resources. One of the first pieces of feedback I got as a new teacher in my first half term was, your lessons are really clean cut. There are no bells, there are no whistles, and you just teach them what they need to know and you do it in a way which is really, really clean. And that's what made me think, what was it? And actually it wasn't really, and actually I could have cleaned that a lot more. But I see a lot of new teachers trying to come in with lots of bells and lots of whistles and lots of sorts of, fun is the wrong word, but extraneous like, and just slim it all back when it comes to your plan, because it's taking a lot of time out of you and it's actually probably going to be making the kids' learning experience worse. And Richard Kennett, leading figure in the history teaching area, said, set out what you want your students to know, teach them, and then check they've learned it. That's all planning should be. And if you're working in a school which expects you to do more than that in terms of planning, it may not be the school for you. Another question I get asked by new teachers and by trainees as well is, are you interested if you ask for help? Of course you can. It's much better to ask for help early on when a problem arises and to let issues drag on, and it's going to come up at some point anyway. So who can you ask? You can ask your mentor, because in ECT1 and ECT2 you're going to have a mentor. You can ask people in your department. The number of times when I was in my first 2 years as a teacher, I would ask my experienced colleagues that, this, that and the other. They probably got sick and tired of me, but it helped me a lot, and they knew it helped me a lot, so they were more than happy to do it. We don't mind. Experienced colleagues don't mind. We're more than happy to help. Talk to your induction tutor. Your induction tutor and your mentor should be two different people. And talk to your induction tutor if you've got wider problems beyond your subject. The best people to talk to, in my experience, are the inclusion teams, the people who, your teaching assistants, the people who work most closely with your kids with SEN needs. They are the experts with those kids they see across multiple subjects, talk about what makes them tick, how they learn best, what do they like. And talk to themselves. Yes, they're very busy people, and they get a bit of a bad rep sometimes, because people say, oh, they just sit in their office all day. No, they don't. I've been working very closely with SLT, and I can tell you now the amount of, they don't get those 3 periods on their timetable, they're not 3 periods, and they work much harder than the rest of us. And talk to EduTwitter. EduTwitter is a fantastic place. There are lots of people out there who are more than happy to help new teachers. And I know that people like Tom Roberts, for example, have run courses in the past about how to make the most of Twitter as a teacher. And there's people on EduTwitter who are more than happy to help you build up your profile on there. Now, the question I wanted to really get across is this. Let's say, for example, you've walked into a school and they use must, should, could learning objectives. 3 tiers of learning objective, which Oxford don't like and has over time been not discredited, but schools have moved away from it. And you walk in there and you've come from the training year and they say, well, actually now scaffolding is the way to go forward, and adaptive teaching and differentiation, as we know, has moved on. But you've walked into a school and they use something that you have been taught in your training year or in your previous schools as being outdated and not being in the moment. The first answer to this question, of course, is if it puts children at risk of harm, you have to report it, you have to whistleblow, you have to go through safeguarding procedures. Differentiated learning outcomes aren't going to do that. So if it's disagreement about something else, the first thing is always understand why schools are doing it. There may be a reason why that school has that system in place. It may be because it actually has helped students. It may be that you disagree because you've seen something different in another context and you think that works. That actually schools do things for a reason. They don't just do things for the heck of it. They actually do things with a clear reason. So be patient and be civil. You are a new teacher. You are not going to change a school's policy overnight. And yes, you've got brilliant ideas, and schools need to utilise the wonderful ideas of new teachers who are most up to date in terms of their training. They've had a whole year of it. But when you see a policy you disagree with, you don't go all guns blazing charge. You need to be patient and be civil. And you talk to your mentor or your induction tutor or people in your department. You might find, and I found in my experience when I've not liked something that a school's done, they might feel the same way. And you're probably not going to be alone. There'll be other teachers there who feel like that as well. And then what you do is you can drip feed alternatives. So in my experience, I was in a department meeting and I said, well, actually, why do we need to put grades on our learning objectives? What's the point of that? What are kids getting from that? Why don't you just take them off and see if it makes a difference? But always know when not to do that. So if you're in a whole staff meeting and you stand up and say, I think we should take grades off our learning objectives, people might look at you a bit funny. So know when to drip feed and know when not to. And as ever, be consistent. You are a new teacher. If you're doing something completely different in another classroom, in your classroom to every other classroom, it's going to cause chaos, and ambiguity means chaos. So follow the school's policies and hold the line. What you will find is they'll eventually change their mind on something, but you've just got to be patient. And unless it puts kids at the risk of harm, just be patient, drip feed, and you'll get your way eventually. Now, another thing I get asked by new teachers is how do you actually make yourself indispensable without massively increasing your workload? And here's some of the things I do. I'm known as the timetabler's dream in my school because I teach just about anything you put in front of me. I taught RE for 2 years. I currently teach an hour a week of Key Stage 3 music. We wanted to introduce A-level politics so that one of our brightest kids wouldn't go to a nearby sixth form college. I was the one who they asked, can you introduce A-level politics to a class of 3 students? And I said, I'll go for it, why not? And so if you can teach a second subject or a third subject or beyond, and you can make yourself indispensable like that, because the timetable starts to like you, and you can slot in anywhere, and it makes you more employable, either in your school or elsewhere. You can also make yourself indispensable by sharing your resources. Nobody likes order. It's important to be a team player. And saying, oh, I've done this in this lesson, it works really, really well. It's here if you want it. It can make yourself really popular in your department. It's also important in terms of that indispensability to build relationships with the really key staff. I'm talking about the occasions. I'm talking about reprographics. I'm talking about office staff. I'm talking about the caretakers. They are the really key staff. And if you can get on board with them really quickly, then great. One of my colleagues on his first day went and introduced himself by name and shook hands with every single member of catering. And he still says he gets bigger portions than everyone else. So it works. Also, when you get visitors in your classroom, it might be SOT, it might be parents on tour. Show off what you are best at and show yourself off with your very best. Nobody asks you to be consistently outstanding by any means. That's just going to wear you out. But when you do get visitors, show off what it is you do better, and you leave that lasting good impression. And as always, learn to say no. If you get something and you think, actually, I've got a lot on at the moment, just say no. Recently here I was asked, would you like to lead the band in the school production? And I said, well, actually, I've got a lot on my plate this year at the moment, I can't do that. I'm really sorry that I can't do that. And they asked me again, and I said, I haven't changed my mind, and they left it at that. Now, we might have seen this. The good teacher is like a candle. It consumes itself to light the way for others. No, don't bother. You will not be lighting the way for anyone if you have heard yourself out. So make sure you bring that to you time as a new teacher. Make sure that you have that time where work does not come into the equation. For me, it's a Saturday. I never do any school work on a Saturday. It just doesn't work for me. I always say to our new teachers and our trainees, make sure at least once a week you're leaving early. You're leaving 5 or 10 minutes after the kids have left. It makes a massive difference. Make sure you're prioritising. As teachers, we have a never-ending to-do list, and it's important that we prioritise. And I'm going to show you what I show our trainees and our new teachers there as well. And make those positive phone calls home at the end of a tough day. Make a positive phone call about things that really when we listen to make a big difference. It's what I show to our new teachers. It's a prioritisation matrix. We may have used these before. A lot of teachers I know use them. And you can split up your tasks in 4. If it's important and urgent, it might be a really important parent phone call. Just get it done. If it's important but it's not urgent, it might be some marking for next week. Put some time in your diary for it, and just make sure that you focus when it comes. If it's urgent but it's not important, either streamline what it is you need to do or reduce it. And then, if it's in that final quadrant, just eliminate it. Now, another thing, of course, about becoming a better teacher is about finding resources. Go to podcasts. Have you heard of Teachers Talk Radio? It's fantastic. It's an online radio station where you can hear from all sorts of hosts, and there's 999 past podcasts you can look at. Training sessions, free ones, and some of the best. With us in that group, put on some fantastic webinars on all sorts of things, and they're fantastic, and there's others available as well. Your subject associations, yes, they come at a price, but they're invaluable. For me, they were invaluable. EduBooks, does your school have a CPD library? If it does, use it. There are some great finds in there. Blogs, some of the blogs that have influenced my thinking most in the last 12 months, people like Tom Sherrington, like Henry Boxer, like Alex Quigley, my new literacy role, he's been massively invaluable. But the best resource of all, your experienced teachers. Once you've been in that setting, who have been there, done that, got a t-shirt. In a school-specific context, they are the people you go to. The ones who have been teaching there 10, 15, 20 years, they know how the systems work. The systems might have changed, but they know how things work. And to end, my final message to all the new teachers out there, don't aim to be consistently great, but aim to be great at being consistent. Nobody wants you to be 100% all of the time. Just turning up sometimes can be a big achievement. And actually, those are things we need to celebrate. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Tom, you've been with Barack Obama again. Listen to that. You good, aren't you? Right, just to say thanks ever so much, everyone, for coming and for speaking and for engaging. And cheers to everyone watching. Bye bye. That's it from us. And bon voyage.
Thank you guys, thanks a lot. Cheers. Nice to hear you. Feel like.